Hey, good night, everyone. Hope everyone's doing good. Um, Sorry I am a little late. I was getting my drinks and my snacks ready. Hello, hello. It's incredible that it's the end of the year. Holy shit. I mean, it's the 30th. It's gonna be the 31st soon. Might be for some of you, but holy shit. We're here already. Time flies, doesn't it? It's crazy. Huh. Um, but yeah, today I just have a few things prepared. Really, mostly just snacks on my side, and then I prepared a PowerPoint just to help me guide through talking about my year and what my expectations of next year is. Because I'm known to ramble a lot, so I'm just gonna, hey Vitality, welcome. So I'm just gonna, I had a few friends look over it, and they're like, yeah, this is fine. At some point I might ask input from you guys and like, talk about your own experiences and stuff, but we'll play it by ear. So the first things first, uh, let's let's go here. Why can't I see? Oh, there you guys are. Okay. So hold on. Let me make sure that the window capture is working. Window capture. Uh, uh, okay. I think this works. Well, this is a little big. Okay. I think this is good. I just hope that nothing gets cut off. I'm gonna get rid of this here, and then I'm gonna move this over here. Okay. I yeah, next year's gonna be pretty interesting. Hold on, before I start, let me just open my beer. Get a little bit of my brewski going. Oh fuck, I haven't used that word in years. Brings me back to being I was never a douchebag, but I was the total frat boy, that's for sure. Uh, there we go. I got my Takis beer. Today I got two beers, Desperado, and the other one in the cooler is Blue Moon. So I went for a light one and then like a heavier one because it's a Belgian ale. Um, and then like a little bag of Takis because seriously intense. So let me pour one out. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There we go. There we go. All full. There we go. Put this over here. All right. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, that's fucking good cold beer. Nothing like cracking open a cold one. All right. I'm gonna start this slideshow. Not yet. Let's put some music on, right? Let's go. How about some Mario? Mario or ooh, wait, Mario. What's that? Mario Paint music? Nah, that's kind of not appropriate, is it? Yeah, this is very professional. Or if I want to be even more professional, then all I have to do is uh uh No, 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 not this one. What's the fucking... Hi, at Roz-Kun. Today we're gonna review our year. I can't even do that with a straight face. Holy shit. That's gonna get me copyright stricken, isn't it? Okay. I can't, like, I couldn't even bear it. Y la rola que dice... Yeah, I will talk about that. It's showing up on my end. It's like glowing. Yeah. Well, now that a few people are here, let me crack open my snacks. Oh man, nothing like artificial flavoring. Let's grab one Taki before we start. Love me some artificial flavoring. Alright. Make sure the music is a little lower. Where was I? Hey, where did you guys go? Okay, okay. Let's go. 2023. Big year for a lot of us. Maybe terrible, maybe good. I hope that whatever, you know, went through your year, just know that you're here, you're alive, and you can always make the next year your own. What was I forgot the Terminator quote, but you make your own fate. But anyways, let's see. So I just want to start with milestones and achievements first. I think that's a little bit more productive. Just talk about the high points of my year. Well, I don't want to really say high points, just things that I achieved. There are certain milestones that were achieved and stuff. I think for me is more important to just start with that. And then I have a few other things that I'm maybe more proud of, or I just acknowledge that are more personal, that a lot of people may not see on the back end, that it's just for myself. But, you know, let's start. So, on my Twitter, the Not Safe for Work one, I hit over 60K. I think I started the year with like 40 or something. I don't remember. It wasn't like a huge number, but, you know, and then on my Safe for Work, I hit over 30K. I don't typically really care much for numbers on social media. It's nice to look at. It's nice to see palpable like success and that kind of stuff. But I mean, for me personally, like these numbers are just it's good, right? Like you see those number get big. You know, I'm an RPG player, so big number, you know, it makes me go unga. But I think like for me personally, like, yeah, I don't personally care for numbers that much. Like at the end of the day, I don't really want to be famous. I don't want to be like. It's nice to see that I'm growing, that more people are like running into my stuff, and there's a certain appreciation going around. But I think like at the end of the day, I don't really want to be huge. Like I'd be scared if this was like 600,000 people. Like genuinely would scare me. I really don't want to be like famous or super popular or anything. Like I'm just quite content just influencing people in a way of like inspiring them to create stuff, or that people enjoy my stuff, or like I'm just making a living and that kind of stuff. I don't really want to be a celebrity or anything. I just want to make stuff, and it's kind of like for example, one of my biggest inspirations is James Rolfe, AVGN. You might know him as. He's not like he's like an OG, right? And he's always sung to the tune of his own horn, and he's always like just going through that thing. Like he's not really concerned about like what's making the numbers and stuff. For him, it's just about the creative process, making movies, making shorts, and that kind of stuff. And it's like he's like one of those people where like anytime I feel like a little misguided or like I'm maybe focusing a little too much on things that don't matter, I usually just go back and rewatch AVGN, and it just reminds me of like we might not be doing the same things, or maybe in the technically the same space, but it just does reminds me that like just keep doing what I love, keep making stuff that I want, and I just remember that people just will enjoy me. Like I'm not hugely concerned about this. Again, it's really nice, right? Like when you see these numbers, you see who's following you, you start making connections and stuff. That for me, it's more important, right? That you make the right connections and stuff. For me, that's fine. I don't really need to be the most popular artist, nor I want to be too much in the spotlight. I just want to make stuff that people like. That's at the end of the day that helps me wake up in the morning, and know that on my end I'm making big streaks and stuff like that, like making projects, working with cool people, and like for me that's more fulfilling than I need to hit 100K by the end of the year or like by this, because at the end of the day, it's an empty number sometimes, and you're going to be chasing huge things, or sometimes opportunities show up just because you have big numbers. But I feel like I would rather stick to, I know what I can do to grow those numbers, but for me, it would be just deviating just because I need to fulfill like a certain metric, and that's not me. I just want to draw horse girls with a giant cock, and that's it. Really. Let's see, what's next? Yes, I started selling merch finally. After years of getting requested to make merch. They're in production. This one specifically is Motobox exclusive. But this mouse pad specifically is being produced, and some of the blue archive stickers are also being produced, so they're gonna be sent out soon. I'm getting my own copy of this very soon. So I'll tell you, how it is and stuff. But yeah, the thing that a lot of people don't know about merch is that sometimes depends on the person. Like I'm not a huge presence. I'm still on the unknown quantity realm for a lot of merch makers. So sometimes these take a while. Oh, you got your mouse mat? Oh, perfect. And so merch, like sometimes you'll buy something 1 month and then it'll take 2 to 3 months to deliver, because they either have to like be pre-ordered or they have to meet a certain quantity before they start shipping or start producing. For example, whatever, like the plushie, what is it, Maker's Mark or whatever, like the people that make the plushies, they have to have a certain amount of pre-orders before they even start production. So sometimes that happens, or some will just make to order. So they'll have like, well, we'll pre-sell, let's see how many we sell. If we sell 20, then we'll only produce 20, and then we'll keep it there and then be made to order, but upcharge up the ass. So my desk is too small, might have to get creative with it. I'll see how I deal with mine. But it's cool that I'm starting to see stuff, and I'll start talking more about this specifically, because I have more merch that's coming out and more merch that I'm working on, and I'll show you guys some previews and stuff. So that's pretty cool. So one of the bigger things I did, I'll get to that in a second. So one of the big things that I did this year too is that this merch company that's they're relatively new, but I really like the cut of their jib. I signed up with Yoru no Machi, which makes actually pretty good merch. They, you know, I got sold on the idea that they don't want to make like ordinary merch. They want to make creative stuff. They don't want to do like more of the same. And they've like, so far many of the ideas that I pitched, they're like, yeah, sure, fuck it, we'll do it. Why not? They don't say no. They just say, we'll have to see if we can do it, or who do we have to contact with, or they don't say no. They make sure that they don't have to say no, which is very different. But you know, there's a bunch of streamers signed up with them. There's a bunch of like different cool artists that I've, you know, got to like share space with and like hung out, played Lethal Company with and stuff. So I really like them, and I've met the owner, and the owner is super nice. And so is everybody else that works there. They're all great people. So I'm excited to see where this goes. And I am, you know, am I able to still get the mouse pad? You might have to check with Mosobox, because that is available only through them. Moving forward, anything that's original merch or anything with my OCs and that is in the gray area for fan art will have to be through Yoru no Machi, because I am in a what's it called? Exclusivity contract, but they are okay. If I do like fan art stuff that they're not okay with me making, or like they don't want to publish it themselves, I'm probably gonna have to go through different channels. But the mouse pad, I think you should check through Mosobox. But yeah, I'll talk more about this later, because there's some stuff that you know, is in the works that I can show a little bit of. So here's other stuff that's for me personal. So I paid off my credit card. Well, one of, like, I have two. I paid one of them off because I needed to. It had like a bunch of stuff. Like, I had a few rough months this year, so I had to like help my family and pay some stuff off and like you know, deal with stuff. So being able to pay off before the end of the year is fucking dope. It means that, you know, I'm making strides. Like there's forward movement with my work, my profession. So it doesn't mean like I'm going back where I'm like accumulating debt. I'm actually paying it off, and that's more important to me. You know, thanks to Fabel, who's in chat, one of my mods, started working on a visual novel, remaking a visual novel. He built the visual novel engine that I'm going to use. And he's actively working on it. At the moment, it's a standstill because I'll talk more on it, but you know, that got made, and the original visual novel that this is based on has been ported, and I will, at the next year, or like, you know, in January, I'm going to share the original game, and then I'll explain that I'm remaking it once, you know, certain things have been done, and I'll share more about it later. I finally finished Yakuza 0. I started playing Yakuza 0 when I started streaming, which was when I was living in France. This was what, like almost 4 fucking years ago. Like, I want to say, and soon to be 5. So it's crazy how long ago it was. But I finally finished it this year, which it's one of my favorite games ever. Yakuza 0 is definitely one of the best games ever made. So I'm really glad this has been picking up for a lot of people, and like the game is now mainstream. It really deserves it. I can't say much for the localization job with the visual novel, with the voice acting, but you know, I started it in March and finished it in November. It's a long game, but yeah, my day job is picking up a lot of work. I'm working for a lewd video game company, and we've been doing a lot of fucking cool work. I'm working for a game called Short Night with Koopa Games, and we're developing Short Stack. It's a short stack game, and we've been doing a lot of work, and shit's moving really quickly. I think we're gonna have like a vertical slice done soon. Who knows? We aim to have like a demo maybe for people to just check out. But I don't know much more than that. you know, it just depends on how things move on. But there's a lot of work to be done, and like I'm, you know, it's just me and the creator Mag Selma, just doing most of the art, and we're just like working through it, and it's a lot of work, which means a lot of sense of fulfillment, and also a lot of money being made. So it's pretty good. Another thing is that I got an apartment. I'll talk about it more later, but you know, a lot of places ask for like absurd rent. This apartment is no different. Again, I will talk about it later, but holy shit, yeah, it was pretty good. I'm finally gonna be able to move out on my own terms. Nobody has to like foot the bill for me or anything. Like, fucking finally, after 4 years, moving back to my space, because I left because of COVID from France. And ever since then, I've just been living with my parents again. And I think I've just gotten, like, it was never like a good moment. And it was always very difficult because I had to balance, like, work wasn't always constant, and like, it was difficult to maintain, you know, to have like I seriously started considering getting like it's just a marketing job or something, because that's like I haven't actually, like, people think I've been doing this my whole life. Like, no, I haven't actually have like a career path. I've worked for like big companies and shit. But I decided that I just wanted to pursue art as my career, and I think I find more fulfillment in just being my own boss, being a creator, and doing certain things, being like treating this as a profession. And the fact that I got an apartment, like, I'm hoping this sticks, because I'm like ready to just like work my ass off and stuff. You know, yeah, I'm hoping this pans out. I still haven't received the lease, but I'm approved. I got the welcome letter and everything, so I'm just waiting for the lease. It's just that I move in March. So. And another thing is I got a lot of fan art, which specifically for Linnea has been the most, but I'm like glad, like, people just love my stuff a lot, that they want to like just spend, you know, time, which is the more valuable asset than, you know, than money, to just give me art. To me, like, the level of skill doesn't matter much. It's just the fact that people like my stuff a lot, or enough to take time out of their day to like give me something, or like make me a gift, or like friends that, you know, value me enough to like draw stuff for me. And, you know, sometimes I can't reciprocate that because I'm just I have too many like things that I have going on. But, you know, I'm always appreciative of that stuff. For me, it's you know, when I get fan art, it's like Christmas, you know. And it's just really interesting that a lot of people are, you know. Are you gonna show some of the fan art? I thought about it, but it would have been just too much work, because a lot of it's like I would have to crop it in different places and stuff, and like I wanted to keep this I wanted to keep the vulgarity a little bit lower than usual. But, you know, maybe someday I'll show it off, but it's not like I would have to, like, it would have been too much work, because I wanted to show all of it. I wasn't going to show some because I wanted to show all of it instead of some. So for me personally, I'm just not. I think it would have been better to just not show anything, because I would have to censor a lot. But yeah, let's see. Okay, no, before I move on, so I want to give shout outs to like some friends that have big achievements. You know, Bub, you did, like, you know, you finished a huge project this year. And when I ask people to say some stuff, you know, you can explain a little bit more on it, but you know, I know you had big achievements this year. I want to shout out my friend Frisk, who, you know, bought a home with his brother. My friend Andy, who she got a job and finally closer to home, and she's making enough to, like, you know, pay off, like, you know, to actually make a livable wage. And even Freya, who, like, she started like months ago, and she's doing super, like, I was so proud of her yesterday because she was doing, like, her stream was like getting like 300 people consistently. Like, I didn't see that number like fluctuate much. So she's like, in the 8 months that she's been, like 8-9 months that she's been around, fucking props. You know, she's been great. Her stuff is amazing. But yeah, no, I want to ask you guys, like, what are some achievements that you guys had this year? Like, I genuinely would like to know, because I don't want to just talk about myself the entire stream. I just want to read some of the stuff that, for yourself, you think are some like cool achievements that you've made. Doesn't matter how small. Like, I think it's important to celebrate every little achievement, even if it's like you got an action figure, or you know, you went to that place that you've been meaning to go to. I don't know. What are some things? You joined the army. Hey, congrats. You ate a whole pizza by yourself this year. Pizza's great. Props to you. Hey, cheers. Thank you for your service, Knox, by the way. Not a lot of people, you know, appreciate the army enough. You too, Tony, that's right. Tony joined the army. Hey, thank you for your service too, Tony. I know you were at boot camp recently. I moved and learned Blender after years of delaying that low. Yeah, you've made some really awesome shit, Foxy. You should get a sub-star, because I would sub to it. I don't want to subscribe to Patreon, because I'm dying to see the animations. Just holy shit, the previews I've seen, amazing. You've been doing amazing work. I'm a manager at the car wash, and I've been the most stable I've been in a long time. Randy, that's amazing. Oh, props, dude. I can understand, like, finally feeling like you're stable for, like, trust me, I know how that feels. I'm a 24H. 35T. That's army talk, I don't get it. Let's get another talking. If you make a sub-star, let me know. I can talk with some of my contacts, so you can get approved immediately. Oop, eating some Takis. Alright. I guess a lot of people accomplished really awesome things this year. Congratulations to all of you. You know, always remember to celebrate, you know, no matter how things, you know, if things are rough, just remember to celebrate every little thing. Oh, finally got into drawing. Hey, it doesn't matter that you suck ass. We all, like, at some point we all suck ass, okay? It doesn't matter, but you got into drawing, which is what you wanted to do. It doesn't matter if you know Michelangelo in 2 years, or you might be, who knows? But the important thing is that you're doing something you want to be doing, and something that you like doing. That's what's the most important, and if you put that amount of passion into it, I promise you'll get better. Hey, my friend make a Neko or Miku as for me as a Christmas gift. Nice. Put out more art this year than most. Good. Trying to get my confidence as I go into my last college semester next month and getting my art degree. Also studying to get my driver's license. Hey, congrats. The big graduation coming soon. In what, like 4 months? But that's good that you put out more art. I did put more art this year than I think the year prior. The drawing, for like at least 1 month, I was drawing almost every day. So that's pretty good. And I'm notoriously like inconsistent in how often I draw. But I'm slowly climbing on the college limbo. Yeah, no, you graduated this year, didn't you? Or like you're... I'm gonna move on to the next slide, but I'll let you guys keep talking if you have anything more to add. It's complicated? Okay. Yeah, I won't pressure you much. You guys can keep talking, but this next step is kind of like almost the same thing, but it's a little bit more less like accomplishments and just things that I'm glad that happened or that maybe I did and that kind of stuff. So let's see. Okay, here is some simple stuff that, you know, just these are just like minor things that I'm happy for that happened this year that, you know, maybe changed my life a little bit. So I met some really cool people, some new people that, you know, just some unexpected people that just happened into my life and, you know, became really close with, and, you know, just been really happy that they're my friend, and then we've hung out, played a lot of games together, and they've introduced me to a lot of different people, even though like I'm more, you know, friends with them than, you know, their group of friends. But I'm just really happy that, you know, they're part of my life now, because, you know, they've been like such an amazing person. And other people that I've also met like have been like a really genuinely good influence in my day-to-day, and just people that I never would have thought I would have met in like a million years, or people that just randomly just I happened upon and started communicating with, and then they're like, I discovered that, oh, this person's like really awesome. And just I also got to meet a lot of like cool artists that, you know, just we became, you know, in the same space or mutuals, and for one reason or the other we actually like became friends. In some cases not. I think in most cases we didn't become friends. We were just like acquaintances, and we're just like, hey, I like your stuff. Yeah, I like your stuff too. And, you know, that's kind of the extent of it, and I'm just having that space to just share directly with them that I love their stuff a lot, and that thank you for, you know, enjoying my stuff as well. This year in Thanksgiving, I was able to fly out to Orlando, and all of my friends, like my closest friends live in Orlando, and I actually got to hang out with them like IRL. We got to like just drink a few beers, just talk, play some sports, and you know, for me it was just like I really needed that. And even like in some, like even the friends I have here locally, we hung out and stuff. But it's really not the same when like it's just people that like you're okay hanging out with, but you want to hang out really with the people that you went to college with, that you shared like 4 years of like living in the same place, tightly, you know, like it's a little different. Like these are like basically my brothers, and like, you know, it was just really nice. I got to, yeah, no, this year I also got really inspired with art. I was like learning a lot, trying different things, seeing a lot of different art that I was like assimilating a lot of things that I saw into my own art. And I feel like I did a little bit of growing artistically and on a technical level. And for me, that's been like awesome. I see some strides, and I see some improvement from last year going into this year. Maybe with a less consistency, but at least like there's stuff that I've been learning and stuff that I've been trying that for better or for worse, for me it feels like it's working. And I think people certainly seem to agree, and for me that's awesome. You know, maybe I'm seeing stuff that I'm agreeing with, and other people are validating that. They're saying like, you know, yeah, you're getting better, and like that is fulfillment for me. That's like, okay, I'm not delusional. That's the only thing I get worried about, that I'm not being delusional and thinking that I'm getting better, because having someone like tell you, no, this is an improvement, or you're getting better, or things are improving, or even if it's a side grade, I like what you're doing here. And so because I'm not a person that will ever, I don't think I will ever be consistent in a good way, because I will always push to do things differently, or figure out things that I will like be doing one moment that I might not like doing it the next. And I still have that mark of like makes my style, but for me, just experimenting and trying different things and doing things differently for me is important. That being said, like if I'm working on a game or something, obviously I need to keep like a consistency in style and rendering. But for general drawing, I feel like it's more important to just always be trying different things, or not being like not trying to force yourself to always do the same thing the same way, so that there's like a semblance of consistency. I don't think for me it's ever going to be like that, and I've made peace with it, where I'm not going to have two faces that will ever maybe look the same, or I will not always have two pieces that are extremely similar to one another. Might be the case sometimes when I do some like sketches and stuff where, you know, some things might look alike, but generally speaking, I kind of always want to do something different for a good piece. Whether it works out or not doesn't really matter. Even if it's a minor thing that I do differently, or certain things. That's just my opinion. Obviously, like, you know, there's room for improvement, but, you know, I'll get to that later as well. Yeah, I'm happy that everyone is having a good year. Because a lot of people are like, 2023 sucks, and it's like, you say that every fucking year. It's just like, bro, like, focus on yourself. Like, what are the things that are accomplishments for you? Or like, if you feel like you've made no accomplishments, then maybe you just take a little bit of moment and like reflect a little bit on it. Not everything has to be like, I became a successful YouTuber. Like, our sense of accomplishment has been simplified to a sense of to numbers, where success in general is usually attributed to something that you feel is a personal fulfillment, or something that is driving you forwards. For example, like, you might be living with your parents, but if you feel like in your workplace you're moving forward, where, you know, you're moving up in the world, or you're like making connections and you're doing certain things, and for you it's not a big problem if you live with your parents, and like in this day and age everybody's doing it, doesn't really matter. It's just like, if you're not being like a leech, or you're just not doing anything with your life, or like doing something to propel your life forwards, that's where the difference is. Just focus on like doing things, moving yourself forward, and focus on the things that are big steps for you. It has to be big steps for you. It does not have to be a big step comparable to what someone else did. Because if you spend your life trying to like measure yourself as a person with what others are achieving, you'll never feel a sense of fulfillment, unless you get really, really lucky. Where if you spend your entire life comparing yourself to the growth that Mr. Beast had, you know, when he was your age, you're never going to achieve that point where you feel fulfilled. Then there's something clearly wrong. You have to measure things the way that are perfect for you and your own sense of self. That's kind of like my perspective on it. It might be a little bit too philosophical, but take that with a grain of salt, and, you know, assimilate it in the way that works for you. I created Linnea. It's like, yeah, I'm usually like an original character kind of person, but I created this character that like is, you know, a derivative of a known IP, but for me, it's just been like my muse. And I really love her. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I understand people that are infatuated with their own OCs, but I really like her. She's made me want to pay for commissions for the other people to draw her. And I really like drawing her a lot. It's just, for me, it's fun. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, hey Kink, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's okay that you lurk. You don't have to type. I'm okay with people just listening. You know, I'm good at talking to myself. I feel like I flesh her out a lot. Yeah, I want to do a lot of stuff with her. I think the bigger issue is that you have to understand that in long term, for my own economical benefit, for me, I want to continue doing stuff that is also wholly original, or there's no IT behind it, just so in the day that I want to do certain things with my own characters, I don't have a huge copyright thing hanging over my head, or a thing where like it doesn't become an impediment. Where like if I want to make merch of her, for example, I can find someone else to do it, and it's okay if the merch comes out a little bit more expensive, or it has to come a little bit more out of my pocket to get it produced. But that's why like I make original content, and that's which is also another sense of fulfillment for myself, where I'm making my own universe and making my own games and making my own projects. All in all, I can still draw her, you know, and if push comes to shove, I can, you know, do something like, you know, because the thing is, if a certain company wasn't so litigious, it would just be easier for me to just like do whatever the fuck I wanted. But you know, I have to be careful with how I tread moving forward. I'm not really against the best suggestion, but maybe you can make small tweaks over design, over time to make. Yeah, that's one of the things I've started. So if you've noticed that she doesn't have the flaps anymore, I don't draw her with those anymore, like the hip flaps or something. She doesn't have them anymore. I might start changing the hands a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how I handled certain things. You have to give me time. Because I know there's another creator that has an OC that's a Gardner Bauer that, like, you know, he commissions a lot of art. And that's like their flagship character, and they do a lot of stuff with it, and that's not an impediment for me. Like, I can make merch of her if I want to. I will. That's in one of my plans. It's just that for like, if I go to a convention, I want to avoid having issues of people telling me no, or if I want to do a project like a short, like a mini game with her or something, I'm not gonna get, you know, a lawyer, you know, knocking on my door telling me to fuck off, right? Like, I want to be sure that like whatever I do with her, I'm handling in the best way I can, so that more people get to enjoy her like I do. That's kind of like my take on it. I just want to be careful, right? I love her a lot. I don't ever want to stop working on her. I want to keep enjoying her and let other people enjoy her as much as I can. She's the best. I took some fun commissions this year as well. And the two greatest things that I own right now, in my opinion, are my Daiwa Scarlet and Bunny Asuna figures. They're the best. I love them a lot. The Bunny Asuna is in my night desk. She's there when I wake up, or when I go to sleep, and Daiwa is next to me on my desk when I work. So they're my two prized possessions. I'm taking them with me when I move, so. I'm gonna open another beer in a second, but I streamed. You know, maybe it was like 2 to 3 streams this year, but I actually streamed this year. I took my time to, like, you know, hang out and stuff. Yeah, it's a minor accomplishment, but I did it. Welcome back, Poxy. But yeah, those are my accomplishments, little things that I'm grateful for, and little things that I'm happy about that, you know, happened this year. So, you know, I hope you have some little things like that too in your life, or things that you've enjoyed this year that, you know, for whatever reason, however big or however small. I'll never forget the Shrek game stream. I want to do something like that again. I just need to find the right IP. I don't ever want to touch any Shrek games again, and every time I see Shrek, I just get a little angry. Like, I think I get like acid reflux when I see Shrek. Hey, it's fine. I'm not very good at streaming either, or very consistent. But it's a hobby for me. I think I enjoy it when I do it. Yeah. It's just fun. I think, like, just you can leave the swamp, but the swamp never leaves you. Shrek Super Slam was not that bad though. It legit went insane. It's an honor. I liked Super Slam, and I thought I liked the Shrek Gauntlet type game, but I was actually very angry at it because it's not as good as I remember it, and I think that's most of our childhoods, I guess. Ooh, oh, okay. So I had to do a little bit of manipulation for this one. I said I wasn't gonna do fan arts, but I did want to show some of my art, and I did do a little bit of censoring, but I picked a few arts. I think mainly 4 to show of some of my favorites. It was really hard to just pick, and honestly, like I couldn't really pick a lot of them because I would have to like bend over backwards to like censor them. So let me show you. Please, YouTube. I did my best. So the first one is, oh god. So the first one, obviously my favorite one of the year is this Linnea one. It's, I just really like that piece. If you know, you know why it's censored. You're just gonna have to go look for it. The second one is this one of my cowgirl Minerva. I really like how I did the texture on the bunny suit. Just the reflective material and stuff was just like a lot of fun to work with. And my overall choices in colors and stuff, and just like not really giving a shit of like if I'm choosing the right colors or not. But everything ended up working out. I really enjoyed it. The third one is my first thing I did for Freya. It was a commission from her. It like I think I followed her, and then either I DM'd her. I can't remember who started the conversation, but she said like, I like your stuff, and I was like, hey, your design is awesome, I really like it. And she's like, are you taking commissions? And I was like, hell yeah, dude. And she didn't want anything huge, but I was just like, no, dude, we're giving you the thick, and you know, it's been a very good friendship. You know, appreciate her. She's really fun. The last one, it's not like my favorite in terms of like the greatest piece I've ever done. It's more of from a technical issue, it might not seem to you like that, but there was a great deal of things going in the back end for me, like trying to analyze things, trying to like think of like how I was doing lighting and certain things, and like how some dark areas can like make other areas be pronounced and stuff. There was a lot of studying on my part for that piece specifically. And fun fact, this piece is about 200 megabytes. I think maybe close to 300 or something like that in the original file, because my dumbass wanted to do a stand B originally, and I didn't set it to 300 DPI. I set it to 72, and when I went over to like, when I realized my mistake and I was like halfway through like the line work, I was like, or I think I had done the color, like the flats at that point, and I was like, oh fuck. And then I like went to change it to 300 DPI. I had not unchecked the option that tells you to not change the image size, but just the resolution. It changed it many times over, and because of the way that CSP works, it uses your RAM but not your GPU to do certain tasks. And so yeah, that was fun. That was really fun. But it is a very huge piece. Let's see. Yeah, 200 megabytes is a lot. A few months, like a few weeks ago, I started moving all my shit from Dropbox Well, DPI doesn't matter unless you're printing. That's it. You could have one DPI and it wouldn't really matter. All that really matters is that if you're gonna do printing, it has to be over 300. That's it. If you're not gonna do printing and it's all web or it's all digital, it really doesn't matter. If you're doing 72 or 300, really doesn't matter. Anyways, I lost my train of thought. Whatever. Anyways, why is it? Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. All right, whatever. Wait. Where were we? All right, my top 3 games of 2023. This was hard because it was going to be specifically not games that were released this year, but games that I just played this year. But then I decided that wouldn't be fair because then I would have it would have been just things that I played in general. And for me personally, I just went with the list this year. So again, keep in mind there's a lot of games that came out this year that I have just not played because I have a huge backlog, and I've been playing Cyberpunk, for example, and that's been taking away from my other things. And there are some games that I committed to streaming that I have not played because I'm just focusing on letting them for streaming versus me playing on my own time, because there's some games that I just really want to stream. So this is just my own bias, keep in mind. So my top 3 games are Date the Diver, Pizza Tower, and Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, I want to say it's a really, really good game. And when I first played it, it was holy shit, this is one of the best games ever made. But I just think it's a really, really solid game. Thinking back on it, I don't think I ever want to pick it up again. I think it's it's a one and done experience, but the game is so huge and so not replayable that for me it kind of drops it out a little bit on the list, or just my games in general. And it was just a game that I played and I was if someone asked me if that's ever played it, yeah, you should. But for me, I don't ever feel like I want to touch it again. There's I don't know. It just doesn't really have that replayability to me. I think the replayability comes for speedrunners or people that mod it. And when it gets to that point, that's you make a living off speedrunning, or that's something that you do on your own time. It has nothing to do with the game specifically. And for me, this game, Breath of the Wild, it's just playing something once, and then you're gonna have to wait another 10 years before 15 years or something before you go you've forgotten everything about it and then you come back to play. That's how it feels to me. Because when I was really thinking about what was at the game, there's a lot of traveling and a lot of stuff, and I was watching Oni Plays talk about the game as he was playing it, and I did agree somewhat with that the constructing part got a little bit annoying. Skyrim is replayable because there's more shortcuts to things and you can do things differently. Breath of the Wild, there's not a lot of variance with how you do things, really. It all kind of it's just, you have a sword and you swing, right? Skyrim, that's true. Skyrim, you just sit down and you do sneaky archer. That's kind of it. But I think for me, Zelda is one of the best games this year, but it isn't a game that I would ever play again. It's a lot. It's not, for me, it's not Ocarina of Time. And I want an Ocarina of Time, something that's a little bit more linear, something that it's a little shorter in experience, but highly replayable, where you want to go back and do things do things differently, or you want to just something that's fun to replay, because Ocarina of Time and even Majora's Mask to a certain extent, and even some of the older games, are highly replayable. Like, you go here, you remember, and like Breath of the Wild is like a one-time experience where there is so much fucking bloat to it. There is so much bloat to it because it's like, oh, the game is like 100 hours, and really it's more like finding the stupid Koroks and doing menial tasks and stuff like that. There is still bloat, and I think that's one of my problems with the game, where like they tell you that's a lot of content and a lot to look at, but that's really it. It's just bloat, really. So it's not really replayable in my opinion. I think this game is just perfectly fine. It's one of the best games that came out this year, but for me, it's like, because it's one of the games that I played this year that came out this year, it was just it was like, I didn't even want to put it on the list because this year I played Yakuza 0. I've been playing Cyberpunk, which feels more, to me, is more fun than Zelda, really. I find it more fun because there's so much shit to do, and there's a lot of different things to do. And the fucking game doesn't even run at 60 FPS. It like lags at certain points, and there's so much grindiness to it that I still had the cloning glitch, and that's the only way I got to max out a few things, because I would have had to spend tens of hours just trying to get the items that I needed to upgrade. But I think Cyberpunk is like people might get angry because like Nintendo, but Cyberpunk is much better than Zelda in my opinion, because even if like it has problems, like yeah, I get a lot of fucking glitches, I still have more fun with it, because even when I'm not doing like anything necessarily, I don't have to worry about fucking building things over and over. If I run out of materials, I have to go run over and get them somewhere. If like stuff like that, just kind of like, it feels monotonous. It's not fun. And it's not like there's any, like the game still like has emptiness to it. It's just a lot to look at. And Cyberpunk, there's, even if it's something stupid, it just makes me laugh. And for me, there's more to it. Even if it doesn't have as much content as Zelda, where people are like, there's not enough side content, it's not. It's like, I'm okay with games not being bloated with shit, okay? Like, if you have one or two things that are just fun to do, even if it's just shooting at things or swinging your sword or something, that is more fun than having to move Koroks 100 times. Because that's not fun, that's just bloat. Like, I prefer, like, we don't need games to be 170 hours. They can be 30 minutes, they can be 30 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. And my first choices are clear indications of that, to be good. It's exactly. And that's a problem that Skyrim suffered. There's so many side content, but at the end of the day, it's like, can you get this item and take it over here? Or can you kill this guy? Okay, thank you. You're part of the... Zelda doesn't really amount to anything at the end of it. The side content that you do doesn't really affect the way that the game ends. At least how I perceive it, that's not how it was. It's a good game. It's better than Breath of the Wild, but it's still like... And I really enjoyed my experience with it, but it's still... I wouldn't even qualify it as like Game of the Year or like a game that I would replay anytime within the next 10 years. Every time I think about like, do I want to open the game again? I get tired. Yeah, it was just okay. It was fine. But anyways, let me talk to you about Pizza Tower and Dave the Diver, the two best games made this year, which were snubbed by just corporate bullshit and lies and just some stupid I Feel Sad games. Fucking Dave the Diver is like one of the best things I played this year, and it's so much fun. There's genuine passion put into it. Everything in that game is so fun. Even the side content doesn't feel bloated. It doesn't really like, it's so I love this game. It was my surprise play of the year because I wasn't even considering playing the game because I fucking hate fish. Fishing minigames can suck my ass. But this game, I loved it. It was so good. It was so good, I gifted it to 2 friends. That's how much I liked this game. I went out of my way to buy it for 2 people, and I was like, play this. Because they would like, I was like, I don't know what to play. It's like, fucking play this. This is so good. If you have not played Dave the Diver, I implore you. Sorry. If you haven't played Dave the Diver, I implore you. Please give it a shot. It's so fun. I'm not even gonna say what the side content is or like what some of the stuff is. Just go experience it, because there's a lot. The start of it gets a little aggravating because there's so many tutorials and so many things that they're introducing. But you can pick the game at your own pace, and like the game doesn't really punish you for playing. It's just fun. And same with Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower, it's a labor of love, and you can tell that it wears its heart on its sleeve. It's not some game that's designed to fulfill certain requirements, or I'm telling a less sad story where Peppino is purportedly a sad character or like a PTSD character because he was in a war. But my god, Pizza Tower is so fun. I love Pizza Tower. It was so fun. It's short, sweet, it doesn't overstay its welcome, and it's more replayable than 90% of the games that came out this year. In my true and honest opinion, it is such a fresh take on a series that's been long dead, and something that's not being done, so much so that there's been so many spin-off games, and everything from the animation, everything was just like handcrafted. The music is awesome. I listen to it constantly. I love Pizza Tower. It's so good. And I'm glad that indie games like this are being made, because it shows that there are clearly good games out there. Your games don't have to be like, you don't have to worry about the game of the years or like the dominating thing being like shit like Alan Wake and that kind of stuff. It's like you have Pizza Tower. You don't have to wait for something like Baldur's Gate to come out when you're getting Dave the Diver and stuff. And you don't need to turn to AAA game for good games. We have it right here. Mid-sized companies, or even 2 dudes in their bedrooms making. Something that older generations of game did a lot better is knowing when to call it quits. They tend to not, yeah, exactly, and they made it highly replayable too. Now, games nowadays want to be like 70 hours, bloated with content, extremely long, when your game just has to be short and sweet, and you can make it replayable. It just doesn't have to overstay its welcome, but it can't stay in the memory of your players for very long. That to me is more important than a game that is huge. It's twice the size of the original game, and it has so much more, and it has a super deep story. It's like, if your game's not fucking fun, and I find that things repetitive, I'm not going to enjoy it, and I'm probably just gonna, I'm gonna see like the 10 out of 10 people that wrote the reviews that got paid off, saying that this is the best game ever, and when you go to play it, and you're like, this is shit, or it's like a walking simulator with some combat interspersed in between, like every fucking Sony game now. There are some people who can pick out various. Yeah, that's why I'm turning to you to help me out, because you're good at your shit, man. And that's why I'm gonna move on. I think we're spending too much time on this, and it's not as important. But yeah. Anyways, Tears of the Kingdom. It's fucking fine. It's okay. If you can find it used for $30, it's worth it. If it's for 60 and you really need the money, don't buy it. Dave the Diver though and Pizza Tower, absolutely worth every cent. Pizza Tower is 50% off. I think Dave the Diver is like 20 or something. I know, I know. I've replayed Pizza Tower several times and I've tried to get better at it, but I suck, so, you know, but I might pick it up again. If Pizza Tower comes to the Switch, or if I get a Steam Deck next year, I will probably lose my mind playing that game. My top 3, the thing is, like, it's not that it's a time limit, there's some things I want to talk about more. But my top 3 movies. Again, the first choice this year is not a movie that I was expecting to love as much as I loved it. I still remember finding Pizza Tower a couple months before its release, and it was a bit. It's known like really well now, and it's great. My 3 choices this year for my top 3 movies: Gojira -1. It's not only a fucking awesome Godzilla movie, it's the best movie this year. It is, aside from being like a Godzilla movie, the Godzilla element is amazing in this movie, but the human element, the story element, everything is so good in it. It's an actual movie. It's an actual war movie, like a good, like post-war movie about people overcoming their PTSD, their sense of guilt, and all that kind of stuff. It's one of these first movies that treats the things the Japanese people did, like or the government, how they treated the lives. Like, if you haven't seen it, go watch it, or wait for it comes to streaming. Godzilla -1. It's a cinema experience. I went to see it in the IMAX equivalent of the AMC. I think it's the Dolby Cinema. When Godzilla roared, the entire theater shook. It was so good. I heavily enjoyed it. It's not only like the best movie this year, but my favorite movie to come out in recent memory. It's just that good to me. It's the best one, and critics and audiences agree. It's so good. I don't want to say much of the movie. It's just a thing that you have to just go watch. Really, everything is just perfect. I don't have any complaints about the movie. The length is fine, and everything. It's so much so that I'm gonna grab a beer because I'm gonna cheer to it. There it is. Okay. I was worried that it was in. Ah, it's not. I can't open the beer. It's not. Alright, there we go. Fucking Jesus Christ. Let's pour one out for my homie Godzilla. Okay. Cheers, you big monster. All right, next up, Oppenheimer. It's a really good movie. It's Christopher Nolan at his best, in my opinion. I think like Oppenheimer did a really good job of not showing you the bomb immediately and properly building up, you know, no pun intended. But I didn't find that the interesting part of the movie was the bomb itself. It was the least interesting part was the bomb, like the building of the bomb, or like getting the Avengers to assemble to build the bomb. It was more the political drama that I was interested in. It was so, like, that part was so interesting on how things were playing out. Some parts were omitted, and how you thought this person was like the good guy, but ended up being a traitor and that kind of stuff. That to me was more interesting than the bomb itself. But anyways, like, the entire movie was tense. The music was great. This was good Christopher Nolan, because I hated Tenet. I thought it was a shit movie. Dunkirk, I think, which was before that one, I liked, but it wasn't something where I was like, I need to see it again or anything. Like, I don't want to really watch Dunkirk again. Like, I saw it, and that's good enough. I mean, yeah, you could have. I mean, that's what it felt, because they were like, we gotta recruit these guys. I know this guy, he's the best at this. And then they go, and there's Ant-Man, like, I am the quantum fixes guy. Nobody was quirky, thank God, but it kind of felt like getting the Avengers together. That was like my only problem with the movie, where it was like, but I think the idea behind it is that they were trying to paint a picture of who Oppenheimer was. And I think one of the things that I did like was with when Oppenheimer met with the president and they were making fun of him. And I ran out of tackies, damn it. They were making fun of him. Then Eisenhower had a point. Of course, like, they don't give a shit who built the bomb. It's the guy who dropped it that they're gonna remember. Even though he was a dick about it. But the political drama aspect to it was more interesting to me than anything else. And I am so happy that they only showed the explosion, right? Like, that was like the big build-up and the big climax of the movie. But they weren't like, okay, let me show you how it's gonna be dropped in Hiroshima. And then, you know, Linkin Park starts playing. Like, I'm glad I didn't go that route. It was more like, like, I like the interpersonal stuff of the movie more than I like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. But yeah. And then my third choice, and, you know, allow me to, the political, Chernobyl was so good. I need to rewatch it because I love Chernobyl, and that's the part that I like the most about Oppenheimer. That kind of like political drama, that, you know, back and forth with the government and that kind of stuff, and they're like, you know, trying to pin him on work, like, you know, accuse him of being a communist and that kind of stuff. Like, that stuff was super interesting, because that's the kind of stuff I like learning more about history. And don't get me wrong, I love World War II and learning about World War I and watching documentaries, watching Pacific, Band of Brothers, all that good stuff. It's just that a lot of these political things, they're not really talked about in documentaries and stuff. They're usually like not the big talk of like documentaries and stuff. Like, and those things are more interesting. But yeah. Anyways, my third movie and allow me to elaborate a little bit, is that I like turning off my brain sometimes in movies. I usually sometimes just don't want to think. And it's not the best Mission Impossible. I think the one before this is better. But this was so much fun because it had a lot of action and had a lot of build. Like, I just hate that they split it in two parts, but it was a movie. It's... Oh, wait, no! I'm an idiot. Didn't Top Gun come out this year? The Top Gun came out this year, right? Hold on. Yeah, fuck this movie. I forgot about Top Gun. Top Gun. That's my third movie of the year. Great movie. It was so good. I watched the original before watching this one just to refresh myself. Yes. Top Gun is so good. It's an action-packed movie. It doesn't fucking like jerk you around. It like cuts to the chase, and it's like it's a bona fide Hollywood movie from the golden age of Hollywood, 80s Hollywood movies. Top Gun Maverick was really good. I really liked it. Nothing fell out of place. It wasn't long. It wasn't short. It was perfect for a movie of its category. And I'm very excited to rewatch it whenever it comes out to streaming again. And I think it might be out. But yeah, those are my three movies. Definitely, if you haven't seen Godzilla, watch it. Wait for it to come out. I might even get the Blu-ray for it. I don't usually do that, but I will go out of my way to get the Blu-ray for it. I debated Oppenheimer, but not a Blu-ray movie. Top Gun, definitely watching again. Spider-Verse? Okay. I have not seen a single Spider-Verse movie. And it's not because I don't want to. It's more because I am stupid. And the first time I was going to watch the first movie, I put it on and I fell asleep. And I do not remember seeing any of it. I have not seen any of them. And admittedly, I have to see it. I might do it tomorrow because I don't have anything to do other than wait around to get wasted by New Year. But I have not seen the Spider-Verse, so I'm so sorry. Discord watch along. I'll see if I can find it or get it off. If it's on Netflix or something. Spider-Verse is a good watch. I've seen so much porn of it. Like, it's interesting. But yeah, no, I think Maverick was at least maybe if I had watched Spider-Verse, it might be in here. Because listen, I had not remembered the movies that I've seen this year, and Mario movie was gonna be on the spot that Maverick is, and I was very hesitant to put it in there because I was like, for sure I've had to see other movies that are not just these three, right? Because the Mario movie was okay, but I wouldn't say it was the best movie I've seen. One of the best movies I've seen this year. And then I remembered Mission Impossible, but then just now, because of how my brain works, where I start remembering shit, I remember that Top Gun was a thing this year, so I course corrected. Hey, I agree. The Mario movie was mid. It was nicely animated, but Chris Pratt was not. One of my favorite movies this year is Evil Dead Rise. I need to watch Evil Dead, just in general. Maybe next year we can do like a watch along. I can't get any of my real life friends to watch any of those movies because they just don't appreciate that kind of movie. They're gonna call me stupid, and I like bad movies. Because I remember I tried to get my friends to watch Krampus, and I love Krampus. My friends hated it, and I've never been able to, like, they said that I'm never allowed to recommend movies ever again. So, I sadly have to find either Discord or a different group of friends that are just gonna indulge me with shitty movie night or just like general horror movies and stuff. But yeah, my top 3 movies. Again, it could change if I see the Spider-Verse movies, but I haven't seen them, so. Promare. Is Promare like the one with the femboy and the yaoi guy and stuff? It's like the Gurren Lagann one, but the dudes like fuck the shit out of each other or something. There's a lot of stuff I want to do, and I will discuss it. Oh, shit. Okay. I haven't seen Promare. So. But I haven't seen Promare. Like I've seen people recommend it. It was like it's really good, and I'm just like, guys, I'm gonna make a confession. I'm gonna make 2 confessions. I have never seen Gurren Lagann, nor have I seen Evangelion outside of the last movie that came out. That's my confession. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Oh my god, I got a meme just for this. I got a meme just for this. Hold on. I got a meme just for this.
Cool bug facts.
No, this one's a stupid.
Cool bug factors.
One day you will have to answer for your actions. And God may not be so merciful.
I love that meme so much. I love that meme so much. You won't downplay you won't downplay the situation in the meme. I would go apeshit just to call you out, but honestly saying time to cancel an artist today. I'm a not safe for work artist, and I've never drawn Yoko Littner, nor have I seen Gurren Lagann. Nor have I seen what's the one with Leo Luch? Or the one where the guy becomes the emperor and the ending is where like his friend he gets stabbed or something like that. Code GS. Yeah, I have never seen Code GS. Yeah, I've seen Kill la Kill. Yeah. I don't like Trigger though. Well, actually, let me correct that. I love their art style. I don't like their storytelling. I think their stories are majorly they're not as good. I just like their animation. It's always like when I turn it on, like I'm not expecting like a good story. I'm just expecting to see like a good thing. I think Trigger as an animation studio is great. Um, they just don't have the better writers. They're better when they're working for other people doing the animations, which is why you have edge runners and you have the one with 02. I've seen a fair amount of Yoko art. I heard a story somewhere wanted to get a print of Yoko art. Where's she at? And when the guy picked it up. I think I've heard of that one. Dungeon Meshi, I'm looking forward to. Like here, the clerk whispered "thank you" in the customer ear. Darling in the Frank was the worst storytelling wise. I I don't remember much of. I think I saw a few episodes and I was like, yeah, that's fine. I think Kill la Kill is fine. I like the art and the overall design and stuff, and like it being Trigger fresh off panty stocking, but it's not like I always joke that it was like Sonic like Adventure 2. I was trying to I love panty stocking, and I know that there's an anime coming out. Like I like Sinan's art of the Trigger eyepiece. I will say something. I do not watch a lot of anime. Not a ton. Most of the stuff that I watch is usually. All right, thanks for stopping by, Foxy. Appreciate it. I don't watch a ton of anime. Because, and you need to hear me out on this. I play a lot of anime games. I draw a lot of anime. I do not necessarily feel inclined to also watch anime. It has to be something special for me to like go out of my way to watch it. I hope that's not like a big deal, but I generally don't need anime in every facet of my life. Like usually I draw it, I read manga like just to study Japanese, and I fucking watch a lot of some VTubers here and there, and I play a lot of anime games and I play gotchas. I sometimes I just don't feel inclined to watch anime. Really, I think that's just my thing. How dare you my participation in my hobby? Honestly, I feel like I watch a lot of less anime. I don't watch a lot of anime because a lot of it is just garbage. And I will tell you some insider knowledge. When I lived in Japan, I went to a studio and I was talking with, because I was trying to find a job, but a friend of mine who's a 3D artist, he introduced me to his director. And the guy, you know, we talked and stuff, and he's just like, yeah, I think animation, he said like animations, typically nowadays, they're only made to fulfill a certain schedule. The only really special anime that get made are the ones that already had like a really good manga, or the people helming the animation are just really good writers that come up with like something fresh or something animated. He's like, you're like typically in a year you're gonna get 2 or 3 really good anime, no more than that. And even then, he said like the quality is just like overall shit in recent years, and it's gotten worse, admittedly. I think. So in a few words, he just told me that like, yeah, if you don't see a lot of anime, that's totally fine because a lot of it is not good. So I've been less inclined to watch anime and Oshinoko. Yes, I've heard good things about it. I've heard good things. Here's the thing, like these I will correct and say that from like between, I want to say that the 2020s has been really good for anime. I think so far that's been good things. This year I am excited that season 3 of Konosuba is coming out. You guys have no, it's my favorite anime. No joke. It's like one of my favorite things ever. I am so excited for it. I'm really excited. And I've heard good things about Freyren, and I've heard good things about Oshinoko and different things. Yeah, Konosuba season 3 is coming out next year, 2024. That's as far as I know. They haven't given a date yet, but it's coming out. I just generally don't watch a lot of anime. I want, like, here's the thing. Next on my list that I want to watch is Tomo-chan as a girl. I really want to watch Tomo-chan as a girl because I love rom-coms and I love comedy animes, and so that one and Komi Can't Communicate is another one that I want to watch. The funny thing is, my brother will call me and ask me, "Hey, dude, do you know any other anime that's good to watch?" And I literally have to go to my friend and ask him, "Hey, what's good to watch?" And he's like, "Oh, tell them to watch this." And I'm like, "Hey, this one's really good." He's like, "You saw it?" Yep. I usually take a look at each season before it starts up, and I pick up Hannibal to check out. The thing is, like, I want, like, here's the thing. The thing that I watch the most is YouTube. Because I'm working. When I'm off work or when I'm not working, I usually either want to see a movie or like an actual I want to see meat and bones people, real life movies. Or I just want to go outside, work out, hang out with people, or like do something, or play a video game. I usually just don't want to watch more things. That's also my problem, where I usually don't make time to like watch anime or things in general. You know. But yeah, that's kind of like my anime thing. I want to watch more anime. It's just and one of the things that I need to start catching up with is One Piece, because my one of my brothers, he's like watching it and he's like coming up to me. He's like, "Bro, like the fucking, like, I'm at the Punk Hazard arc. This is so fucking great, dude. Like this shit is hype." And I'm like, "Oh fuck." He's getting close. So I need to catch up because I'm past this Rosa, so that's another thing I need to catch up with. I'm like far behind, and I don't want him to start coming up to me and telling me things that are going to happen, and I'm just like, I'm not there yet. So that's another thing I need to catch up. So that's the problem with anime too, is that there's so many, like, every season that they start piling on, and then everybody will start telling you this is the greatest anime they've seen, this is good, you need to watch it. And admittedly, it's a good thing. I have hundreds upon hundreds of hours of anime that I haven't seen that I can watch. That's also what's keeping me away. Honestly, I have the opposite. I found that does not do it for me. The thing is, like, I love movies. I like movies. I like seeing foreign films. I like seeing indie films. I like seeing horror, like smaller things, or Hollywood. Like, I just like the art of cinema as a consumer, as someone that watches movies. That's my thing. I didn't really get into, like, I got into anime very young, but then when I got into college, I didn't really see a lot of anime. like when I graduated high school, my habit of watching anime dropped a lot. So I, it's through brief moments. The moment I watched a lot of anime was when I was living in Japan. But that's like, I could turn on the TV and there's like Doraemon at like 8 in the morning. So, sure. I'm gonna watch the remake they're working on when it comes out. It's like a Dragon Ball Kai kind of deal, right? I'm gonna try and catch up. I think I might honestly just read the manga, because it's much faster than consuming the anime, which is just pumped with a lot of fluff. Bro, Doraemon, there's no need to catch up with Doraemon. Really. I've only seen a few things and I find it irritating. I don't know why. I like the blue thing, I wanted to like take a bat up to it, just fucking cave its skull in. I don't know why. You're lucky you lived in Japan. I want to go back. I had one of the best experiences ever, and I would love to go back. See my friends again and that kind of stuff. But the toy anime has garbage pacing. They actually drag out every scene on purpose. It's yeah, no, I wanted to again, I hated it. And fun fact, where I lived was 10 minutes away from Toei. Toei has a mall that's like right next to it, and it has a cinema, and it's usually filled with anime. And I went there. I tried to visit, but they're like, we're not letting people in. Like, you need to schedule like some sort of fucking visit. And I'm like, you fuck yourself. I'm not gonna do that. Just show me the studio. I don't know how manga they do it, because they have a full team. Anyone that works at Shonen Jump has like 20 people working for them. I think it's fair to read the manga and then grab the animes for the scenes that you want to see in motion. That one part is interesting because it's inspiration for it. I don't know why you would move here to the US. It's garbage here. I'll get into it in a little bit. But it's living in Japan is not moving to Japan is not as easy. I know there's like a lot of hololive people that do it, for example, but those people, before they get the hololive or get there, they're like already like self-made. So it's like they had some sort of contract that they were working on, or they had some sort of job. And I could have gone and there were some shitty offers that I got for me to go to Japan, and I just didn't want to take it. I'm not gonna move somewhere just to do something just because I want to be somewhere, and then do something that just is not fulfilling for me. Like that would kill the entire purpose. I wouldn't really be living at that point. If you want animes recommendation, I'm sure you got plenty of people to ask. No, I'm gonna watch the ones that I've been meaning to watch first, and then I'll start asking for recommendations. I'm probably gonna see Dungeon Meshi though, when it comes out. Been meaning to watch the 1,000-year-old hag elf anime. That might seem interesting. I just like seeing a lot of comedy anime. I generally don't like sad shit. But that's because the one anime that destroyed me was Erased. And I've never been the same after that one. But yeah, it's it's a good anime talk. Burn is good and has good action, comedy, and story. I know it's varied. I just see a lot of memes of it, and a lot of that good. Oh, hey Kumo. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the channel. Did the music stop, by the way? Oh, yeah, it did. We had Kirby going on. We've been talking about anime for like 30 minutes. Yeah, Erased fucked the shit out of me. it was not good. By the way, guys, shout out to Kumo. Awesome ASMR stuff. You guys totally should check her out. Highly recommend their stuff. She's actually made good strides this year too. Kumo, I hope you've had a good 2023, by the way. Everyone here has had a good one, and I hope you've had one too. That time I reincarnated the vending machine is actually pretty good. Is it? I got really upset about that one, but I think it was just because I'm kind of sick of isekais. And I kind of was a little upset about it. I don't know why. My 2023 was a mess, sadly. Hey, that's okay. You know, 2024 is a new year. You can do a lot of things with it, okay? You remember, you control your own. You control your life. Man, that beer is hitting harder than I thought it was gonna be. Some shorts and highs, some deep lows. Hey, it's fine. You can always do good, okay? The important thing is not letting life tie you down. I gotta be better than I'm a small dog getting a free upskirt shots. I just can't enjoy isekais anymore after some damn many. I think my problem is that I don't know. I know there are genuinely good ones. Also, what was the song? Oh, okay, hold on. This Kirby music is actually throwing me off because it's not coming out loud for you guys, but for me, it's blowing out my ear. For whatever reason. I wish I was, but it's only 80% thing. Hey, everything's gonna be fine, okay? Whatever little things you have control of, make sure you have them, and always remember to celebrate the little things. Go through small things and then climb your way up. Can you play Home Sweet Home in old school RuneScape? Okay. It's a narrative device, yeah. Home Sweet Old school RuneScape. Wait, if we're gonna play RuneScape, hold on. RuneScape Sea Shanty. It's fine. Everything's gonna be fine for Ninja, don't worry. You know, it might sound empty when I'm saying that, but it's like a mental state. I need the song, Ross. Part of the problem, Ninja, I think you can lower the quality, maybe, if it's lagging too much. All right, Tony. Always appreciate having you around. Thanks for stopping by. Part of the problem with the current isekai, what is that people set out to make an isekai, which means little. Problem is that just make a fantasy anime and build the world around it. Don't just, because I think like a lot of people use isekai to like the protagonist come in with like some sort of unusual power, unusual appearance, where their previous life has little to no bearing on the whole narrative. It's at least what I feel like from the few that I've seen and read. And it's usually like, okay, well, this is a school kid that now reincarnated into a powerful demon. It could have just been a demon. It doesn't really need to be an isekai. before I go, my favorite anime of all time is an isekai from the mid-20s, Zero no Tsukaima. And it's a unique isekai that will always have... I probably place it. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go back and... no, we're going back. No, not this one. Shit, sorry. Alright. Isekai basically reads, yeah. I don't remember. Shit, where did we stop up? Where did the other window go? Oh, there we go. Shortcomings and things to improve. Oh shit, yeah, we were talking about this. Yeah, we were talking, yeah, okay, shit, sorry. So things that this like happened this year that I could improve, or I failed at, or didn't achieve, or certain things that I could probably work. Even if you could crack one open, go open and crack one, crack an old one open. Crack a cold one open. Jesus Christ, I can't talk today. My brain is like going like at a million thoughts per second. So okay, here's some stuff that I actually need to. These are important to me, by the way. Maybe you can associate a little bit with. But this is just my personal stuff. I need to work on handling my subscription stuff better. Admittedly, I'm very bad at it because I generally like forget to upload consistently, or like if I make something, I'm usually just going straight to the Discord and uploading there, and kind of forgetting that people on Fanbox don't usually have direct access to the Discord, and on and Substar, like it's usually like not everybody has a Discord or wants to be on Discord, or has like a personal like an account for these purposes. So I need to be more mindful of that. I'm not very good at it. I usually just get lazy, and that's a fault on my part. And I just need to be, good at it, because like there's people that, put their money on it, but I'm more project oriented, so I don't update as often. I usually just focus on having my, like, I just put stuff when it's up, and I don't need to procrastinate so much on like putting it out on the service. So if you're a supporter, I'm sorry, I need to be better at that, and I'm going to try to just do better on that. And it's not even like a monetary thing, or like I need to keep it for like my to keep the money up. It's more of like people are going out of their way to support me, so I need to do better on that. Because I'll work on a big project and then not properly communicate it, because I'm like working on my own brainwave and thinking like, yeah, I'll just say something on Discord and then they'll know for sure. Where like people are like, dude, I'm giving you like, $5, or like actually like, some people might not even have like enough, and like I'm not properly like doing like, someone's like willingly giving $5 that they could use for something more personal or better, and like I'm being an idiot about it. Hey Aces, welcome to the stream. Here's another thing that's kind of important. It's a lot of people might be surprised about this, because I'm like very like patient, or like I seem patient, but I need to just learn to like not let certain things get under my skin. There are some things with certain people that like upset me, and sometimes like I will end up thinking about it, and usually it's not even that important, and it just stays in my mind, or like not even like bad things, just like maybe like someone didn't reply to a message, or I said something and I think like I said something wrong when I really didn't. Like, and you know, I know in my heart of hearts that I just didn't really say or do anything out of like the ordinary, but I'm like very anxious in general. So I need to let that kind of stuff not get the better of me, and like I just need to be better at like being more like confident in like, you know, if like I talk to someone or like if I say something and they don't respond, they're usually like me, where like we're busy. Like I understand, I'm a very busy person, and like I understand when someone doesn't reply, but my brain doesn't usually like communicate that with like how I feel. So usually like I'll be anxious and thinking about it a lot. Where I'm just like, like I'll sit about it, and then I'll type like, hey, I'm sorry if I said something, and like usually it's like, you know, they're doing other things, like they're not usually like sitting in front of a computer all the time, or they just get a lot of messages and like they don't respond, or like because that happens to me. Like I usually have like my inbox, like, you know, sometimes I'll wake up in the morning and it's like a ton of people messaging me, because I have people that like, I work with people that live in Australia, someone lives in the UK, and like someone works in Japan, and like by the time I wake up, like I get a lot of messages. Some stuff gets lost in the grapevine, and it's like I want to talk with everybody, but sometimes I just don't have the mental capacity for it. You know, sometimes I need to realize that that may be the case for other people. Some people may be very busy and they don't, and they're not doing it specifically to me or like anything. It's just like, you know, they'll take their time to respond, or sometimes they just might not see the message, or like if something is so minuscule, I shouldn't really get bothered by it. With like if someone makes an offhand comment or something, if it doesn't really, if it's not like that negative, I just don't need to think about it. Hey Abby, thanks for stopping by. Welcome. How have you been, buddy? You been good? I haven't played Destiny since the last time we played, so might need to change that this week. Here's I need to be a little bit more patient. That's another thing that ties in. Even not even just with people, just with art in general too. Like where I finish something and then like I get impatient and I'm just like, I'm gonna fucking finish this. Like I need, like if I get at that point, like I need to stop what I'm working on and then move on to something else, and then maybe a day or two later come back to it and then spend more time on it. But just not worry so much about like being impatient on finishing things. Like I can take my time on it. I don't need things to be immediate. And even with my parents to a certain degree too, lately they've, it's not even like to me specifically, it's that between them, they're getting under each other's skin, and then they get under my skin because I'm just caught in the middle. And so I get a little impatient in the way that I address them. And I've apologized. I always apologize to them because I love them a lot. But you know, I need to be a little bit more like, you know, they're not old, but they're not young. You know, they're in their 50s. So they're starting to get on, you know, they're starting to track on that age where like, you know, they're starting to be more, you know, more in that age of like where they're just like, you know, they're less patient than we are, you know. Another thing is like I want to be more communicative with my friends, reach out more. There's a lot of people I'm friends with, and a lot of people that I often want to reach out, even just to check how they're doing and that kind of stuff. And for me, it's a lot harder because I tend to live in my own bubble. And sometimes like I behave like a baby, where like if it's out of sight, out of mind. Like I don't have any object permanence when it comes to like people. And that's something that I need to correct. Even with people that I'm close with, like I'll text them like once, like twice a year to see how they're doing. And like, we're still like, I'm still best friends with people like that, but it's at the same time, like, I just need to be more like, you know, they're my, like, for people that are like my close friends and stuff, I need to be more interactive, be more, you know, not wait around. And like, if I miss them, like text them, or like, if I'm thinking about them, text them. be more open about that. That's kind of the stuff that I should be doing more of. Like I need to let people know more that, you know, hey, I'm thinking about you. You know, it's something that I wanted to work on and I haven't done. You know, that's on me. And to that extent, like, focus less on people that I'm not. Worry less about like that's a few points down. Where like, sort of like worry less about people that I don't know, or I'm not that close with, and worry more on people that I'm actually close with and people that I like talk with on a regular basis, and worry about building more of those relationships with them and like spending more time with them. Another thing that most people here know is I need to be better at like not piling work on me. Where like I am like my brain cannot stop generating ideas. Where like I just keep piling work on me because I think of something and I need to do it immediately, and then I start it and then I just don't finish it, and then people are like maybe not disappointed, but they're like, dude, you're starting so many things and you're not finishing any of them. Like, you need to focus. And so one of my things is that I'm not gonna do more than 3 big projects this coming year. Like 2 games, and I'll share some of that later. And sort of stuff. Like, I'm gonna keep myself limited to certain things. And I want to communicate to people that I appreciate, like, even like whether or not we're like super close, I want to like communicate with people more that I'm appreciative of things that they do for me, and things like, you know, when they share their opinions and then they share that, you know, in some way or I've had an impact on them positively, and like, you know, that's some stuff that I want to build upon. And less worrying about like what this person thinks of me, or trying to be on their side, where like in reality, am I really chasing a friendship, or like what am I chasing here? Like I need to just build the relationships that I have and not worry so much of building new ones, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a point where I'm going to be overwhelmed. I am overwhelmed sometimes. And I feel guilty that I'm not talking to enough people on a daily basis, where I'm not enriching or putting a lot of value on the relationships that I already have. And that's something that I really want to do more. Because to me, that's important. Because I get excited when my friends text me. Genuinely, because I don't do that often, and I do want, and the people that are my peers, for example, also in like the work area, like not all of them I have to be like cool friends with, but I like one of the people that I met, which is on the off chance of like, hey, I need some VA work, and then we became like really good friends, and like I value their friendship so much. They're like, they've had a good impact on my life. Another of them, like, even if like we met through her being a fan of my work, ended up being like a really cool person that I respect a lot. So you know, we don't have to be super close most of the time, but I, you know, want to value that friendship to a certain degree. So yeah, I don't want to seek out more. Like, the people that I'm already like establishing a relationship with, or like trying to build like a working communication with, or something, I do want to work on those. But I think this coming year, my goal is not to meet new people. It's to build upon the ones that I've already started communicating with. and you know, even if we don't talk every day, or even if we're not like communicating every day, at least build something that's healthy and something where like we could not talk, we could probably not even talk for months, but then I'll send them like a meme and then they're like, hey, that's really funny, and we're still friends, and like at the end of the day we can crack it open. That's my goal. In that regard, I want to spend less time on social media and spend more time on I'm probably like genuinely I'm thinking of like when I get my new phone, I will probably just give out my phone number to those people that I know, because again, one of my goals next year is just to spend less time on social media, really. But you know, that's something else. This is something that's been very difficult, and it's not like, to give a bit of the background. Welcome back, Tony. To give a bit of a background on this next point on being less hard on myself and learning to love myself a little more. This one's really hard because a lot of my formative years, even though I had parents and family members that loved me a lot, I did not really have a lot of people that I mean, I was bullied a lot. I've been open about this a lot, and I've always had like a hard time, like just I've always thought there was always something wrong with me. And it's even in college, like when I had a lot of friends, I have a lot of friends from college, and I had a lot of people that genuinely appreciated me, it was still like difficult because I always thought it was like a ruse. And for many years I've had friends of different origins and like made a lot of friends, and sometimes I just try not to think about it, but I always think it's a ruse. But that's what happens when you're like young and in your formative years. You've been always made fun of for like one reason or another, and like that shit sticks. And I've been to therapy over the years, and like it's never easy. But every year I put this as like something that I need to improve on, because every year I get better, and I don't ever want to stop like putting that on my list, because there's always room for me to get better at this. It's fucking hard, because you know, as you get older, there's shit that you just start hating about yourself, and like I need to remind myself that like, you know, nobody's perfect, and like there's things that I can fix, or some things that are out of my control, and like, you know, I need to learn to love myself, because like evidently I want to find someone and get married, and like you know, I can't put that on someone else. I need to like actually like learn to love myself, or learn to like, you know, be fine as I am, or who I am. And then, you know, when someone event like comes along, you know, they're pretty like, you know, I don't have to put it on them to like give me validation. I already validate myself. It's on them to either love me as accept me as I am. You know, marriage isn't for everybody, and like I don't want to say that you need to find someone in this planet. I know people that are just content with just never getting married and being single, and not worried about and I say, like, I want to get married. Will it happen? May it happen? Possibly. I don't know. At the moment, I'm pretty happy being single, because I have a lot of work. I'm engaged, and you know, I would like to go on a date next year. I went on one this year, and the year before, and they went super well. But it was people that, you know, just not gonna. I didn't really have chemistry with, because we just had different perspectives in life. But I want to. But at the moment, you need to learn to just. I think for me, like, you know, just to pull it in a little bit. For me, I just need to be more work on myself a little bit. There are things that I'm doing that are working towards single. I'm engaged, and I would like to. No, I'm not engaged. I'm still single. I was in I've been in several serious relationships. None of them, most of them, pretty toxic. So it's been, for me, it's been hard to getting, like, I might get in a registered partnership soonish. Ooh, congrats, Kate. That's really awesome. I'm really happy for you. Yeah, no, for me, I've had toxic relationships, and like they've all been like awful. So I don't want to. Sometimes when I date someone, like I get really apprehensive, and I'm afraid of commitment because of that. So that's something that I also need to work with. Like not everybody's the same. Hey, thank you, Lloyd. I appreciate it. Going into what we're all talking about, I never had a relationship like that myself. I also never figured I was fit for one. I settled for being an uncle, I guess. I find being single, but starting my brain, maybe I want to be a dad, and then I'm not against the idea of the part where I could do it. Here's the thing, though, like, not to get too deep, but the people that I dated, the first one was a high school romance, but they ended up cheating on me. The second, like, one of the relationships I was in, like, one of them wasn't long term, but it was like a few months, and I got into this relationship, but it was yeah, I don't know. The other one that I dated someone in Japan, and she actually made me feel worthless. And that went for 6 months. So yeah. So I can tell you that after that, I was just not. When people tell me, like, oh, you should meet this person, they totally be for you. So really don't. Like, I get really nervous, and there's people that I find attractive, and like I love romance, and I like the idea of having someone that, like, I cook for, take out on dates, and like be there for, but and that shit scares me. I don't know. I'm hoping that changes. Like, I meet someone that's like similar to me in mindset, and like not awful, but again, that's something that I need to like learn to do for myself first before I let someone else into my life. And I also want to be in a more stable position in my life, rather than being totally immersed in my work, and then having like someone, and then like realizing that I have to split my time. And that I need to figure out the proper balance in my life first before I can add someone in. But yeah, no. In regards to that, though, I want to stream more. I know that I don't stream consistently, but I do want to stream more. And now that I'm moving in like a month or so, like in 2 months, I think that's going to be a lot easier for me. I'm going to be living by myself, and that's going to be cool. So I'm going to be able to probably stream, manage my own schedule, have more stuff happen. I'm going to do more cooking streams and stuff. Again, I'll talk a little bit more about my plans. I need to procrastinate less, watch less YouTube, or maybe like just waste less time on things, or manage my time better. Because I people say I do a lot of stuff, but I could be doing more if I just wasted less time. Because I feel like sometimes I get pretty distracted. I need to spend less money on gachas and things I don't really need. I've had a few people ask me to put up a throne because they want to give me shit, but I don't like the idea of like just having more stuff. I like collecting figures. Like, for me, it's fun, but I don't buy all of them. And I've been spending less and less money on gachas as I've been getting better at managing my economics. But I need to, my expenditure on just junk in general, including junk food and stuff, has to be like a 5% on like whatever I make every month. I can't spend like $50 on gacha. It should just be like 25 or something like that, because I can guarantee you I don't need to pull every girl that comes out, even though I want to. But I don't need it. It's like that SpongeBob meme where like I don't need it, but I get that it's worth the risk, but I think that's the only. You know, sometimes like you gotta move forward. Again, worry about what others want, and focus more on what I want. You know, think about less like, oh, people might not like this if I draw this, but I really want to draw it. Like, I just go out of my way to do it. Like, if there's a certain thing I want to draw, like, I'm not gonna think about it too much. I'm just gonna fucking do it. The way that I did it when I started, and I did it for a few years, and then I, you know, started growing a little bit, and then I started thinking like, well, maybe my audience might not like it. Like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. I want to do what I want to do. That's what's gotten me to this point. I've been working out, but I need to work out more. You know, I want to run more. I need to, you know, hit the iron tempo more, that kind of stuff. I need to be more assertive as well. Usually I usually try to be like very nice, which is not a bad thing, but I need to learn to say no, or to stand up for myself. Be more like, just be more confident in my opinion, and be more like less flaky or less like wishy-washy, and just be more like, no, I'm putting my foot down, this is what I want, or I don't agree with this, or no. Like, I need to learn to say those things. And sometimes it's hard to find my vocabulary, and a lot of my friends have to come to my defense, and it shouldn't really be on them to do it, because I'm really nice and sometimes a little too passive, and I think I need to be more sure of myself on the way that I see things, or I say things, or I swear saying no to people is something I struggled for so long. But once I started doing that in confidence, yeah, no, I struggle with that, because I grew up having to be a people pleaser, and like that for me was hard. And like, for me, it's always been an issue to just like say no to people, because like, if you're like, as a kid, you get bullied a lot, and then someone comes up to you and asks you to like do something or whatever, you're not gonna say no, because someone's like asking you to do something for them, and you're hoping that this turns out into something like a friendship or like something positive. And usually it's just people trying to take advantage of you, or like, you know, not always, but you know, that's just like my brain, you know. So you end up being a little bit more passive, and I just want to be nice. I don't like conflict. I don't like being like against anybody. So unfortunately, I put myself in harm's way when I do it, instead of like being more assertive and saying like, no, we're not doing it this way, or like, no, I don't want to do it. And I've sunk my feet into deep shit not recently, or like I've learned that like sometimes I say no without saying no, where like I'll say yes to a lot of things and just never commit to it. And when people ask me like, oh, are you gonna do it? I say like, yes, I'll do it later. But for things that I really want to do, like I need to like establish more that there's a certain degrees of self-censorship which is necessary for the purpose of self-defense. I think it's important for you, like, for example, in my case, let's say I get 20 people asking me to do something, or like I get different people, hey, are you gonna do this? Are you gonna draw that? Can you do this? Can you take this work? Are you gonna do this? Can you do this commission? Instead of saying yes to all of them just to please everybody, I need to say, no, it's not in my schedule. No, I don't feel like doing it. No, I just don't have the time for it. Maybe find someone else, and stuff like that, right? That I need to be more confident in, because learning to say no, it will turn away the people that don't respect you, but bring in closer the people that do actually respect you. Because if someone can't respect you for saying no, then they were just never your friend, or never a fan, or never someone that respected your opinion. So I have to learn to just say no. And I've admittedly been getting a little better at it, because my go-to is like, we'll see if I have time for it. But if I really want to, I'll say like, yes, I want to, but I don't know when I'll have time. So I'm sincere in that regard. But sometimes like someone will come up to me, and I've known this person, or like I don't want to disappoint this person, so instead of like saying no, I'll say, yeah, I don't know, like maybe, yeah, we'll see. Instead of just like, no, I don't give a shit about your character, or like I don't really care about, I don't want to do it. Sometimes like I have I want to justify myself, but sometimes I just don't really want to do it. Literally don't want to do it. Like I see something and it doesn't interest me, and I should be able to vocalize that as a person and just say, without offending them, just like, hey, sorry, this doesn't interest me. The person could probably get offended, for me just vocalizing that I just don't have an interest. But if I don't want to, it's my decision. Like if I say no, it's my decision. It's my decision, and they need to respect it. I am not a machine. I am not like a toy, or like I'm not like money does, like you can't, like there's a certain extent to that. And I need to like have like people respect my position. Hey, long time no see. Welcome back to the stream. But yeah, that's where that needs to come in. And finally, my art could use more work. Yeah, I always say this every year. I always say this all the time. My art's not as good as it could be. That's not a cope. That's not like a thing. Like there's always room for improvement. It doesn't matter if like 20 million people tell me that I did good, or like if I did a piece that was really good, I always could get better. I can always find something to do better. There's always room for growth, and I don't ever want to let myself up for a second. In a healthy way, where like you can, there's always room for growth in life, in art, in anything. There's always room for growth. I don't ever want to lock myself in a bubble and think this is where I've got. Because I know people that I know people that have drawn the same way for 10 years, and it works for them business wise or whatever. But for me, creatively, I don't want to ever be in that space. I don't ever want to think like I peaked, because I always think I can keep climbing that artistic ladder, because there's always more areas to explore. No, I usually want to I usually give reasons for things, but I don't want to extrapolate too much. Like if I tell someone, yeah, I don't want to do it. Like maybe the OC doesn't interest me, or like whatever reason, they don't have to ask. Like I don't have to. I should not have to explain myself too much, really. Like I will give a reason. Like, yeah, what do you like of the OC? I was like, it just doesn't. I'm not into like this stuff. That I will much concede usually with people. This doesn't interest me because of this. But then that's it. You don't need to poke people for it, for example, for in my case. But yeah, that's just it. Whew. Okay, now moving forward. The past is past. Now we're gonna move forward. 2024. What are my plans? What do I want to do? From this point on, the year's almost over. I like everything that I did that I haven't done. It's done. I'm not looking back. I'm working with what I have right now and what's going forward. My vision novel, Equal and Fabula, Ishtar and Mila. It's gonna be my plans. That's why it's an asterisk. Is to be completed by this time next year. I have hired a writer. I haven't paid them yet because we haven't started writing. I have to write stuff for them. But we've already talked and they're on board and everything. Bub created the engine and he's improving it every time I give him something, or every time he thinks of something else, or there's like a new update or whatever. Once the script is rewritten, it's going to be like 30,000 words or something like that. I'm going to move forward to recreating the storyboard of the original thing, because I want to attempt different things this time around. I don't want to do a one-to-one. It's the reason why I'm giving myself a year of development, because it's going to be like, we're not going to do like mini games and stuff. We're just doing a visual novel. That's it. I'm not gonna do much more than that. Another thing, create merch projects. So I'm working on something that's called Horse Yoga Club. I'll show you some stuff in a second, but it's a merch line that I'm working on. I have plans for summer merch. I want to do Blue Archive merch. I want to do Linnea stuff, Linnea related merch, but that stuff is gonna have to be done with a different company, not the one that I'm working with. A short game jam type game. Fub knows what it is. It's a big quote unquote thing. More Linnea art, more fan art. I want to draw more stuff that I want to draw. People that whose content I enjoy. Characters that I enjoy, and friends or people that I appreciate and stuff like that I want to do on my off time when I'm not working on a big project, or I want to give myself 2 to 3 days to just not do anything that's like work related. I want to go to conventions. I want to go to local ones that are going to be where I'm moving. I want to go to MFF. I want to go to... I'm not going to be able to make Off-Kai. Off-Kai is like right there. And I'm not going to have time, not the money, nothing. Like I have a silly idea to make sure that I quote unquote go to Off-Kai. But I'm not a big VTuber. I'm not like a huge streamer. But the company that I work for, I think, is intending to go. So I'm going to probably do something silly so that I go there. Obviously improve my art, and then I also want to finish my VTuber, like my Avatar VTuber model, the new one that I've been working on. I've put it off for long enough. I think I should have it done, by the end of the year as well. Where I take my time to work on it, and even if it's like a big project, I won't animate it myself. I'll probably have someone else do it, because I think it's just more effective. I don't have the time, nor am I as good, because I did this one, right? But I think someone that has a better knowledge of Live 2D could do a much better job of giving it life. And I need to be sort of like okay with handing things off to people that know better than I do. That is something that I learned this year, is learning to which battles to pick up and fight. And let's see what's next. Oh yeah, okay. So okay, here's some of the stuff that's coming up. So the first two are from the Horse Yoga Club that's being worked on from my end. Keep in mind this is going to be like a huge thing. I'm planning for a lot of stuff. Let's see what the limitations lie. The one on the right, top right, is New Year's merch that's coming out that I'm almost done with, and I really like how it's coming up, and I have so many, like, it's such a cool idea that I came up with for these specific things that I'm doing for this launch. I think you guys are gonna love it. I'm 100% sure you guys are gonna love it. It's a highly requested character. I made her, so it's cute, collectible, and not overtly like not safe for work. So it's enough that, you know, people will enjoy it. I really like how it came out. A lot of people do, even people that are not into like my type of content. So it's really nice. And then Aquella and Fabula, the side story, that's the one that it's being remade and reworked. I redrew the characters, but it was a 1-to-1, and I think I'm gonna pick up the characters again and just redo it again because I'm not quite satisfied, and I'm gonna pick a different pose, pick a different, like, change the outfits a little bit, and like actually really put some effort into it. So thank you, Spicy, appreciate it. So this isn't going to be like a 1-to-1. It's going to be like a genuine remake. Like I want to start working off this universe that I set up, and I want to start building stories in this. And that's why I hired the guy. If you guys have ever played Food Effects, he was one of the lead writers for it. So that's what I'm working on. Just to hopefully, like, you know, stuff for us between us works out. Just giving you a little bit of like an insight of the back end. Let's see what's. Oh, okay. So here's some stuff. Some resolutions. Okay. So here's some stuff that I want to do that's already like that I may have not mentioned previously. So learn new art techniques. I want to run a half marathon, at least one this year. Where, I don't know, whether on my own time or an official one, but I want to run it. I've been doing a training program. My dad is a marathon trainer. He gave me a program. I've been doing it on and off, but I'm gonna get back on the, gonna get back on the horse, and do it. Make a 3D model, or like learn 3D, Blender, or whatever. Animate something in 2D or 3D. I want to stream more. Again, I'm reiterating this. I really, really want to stream more. I want to visit my friends in Japan. I don't know how viable this is going to be economically, but I do want to visit my grandmas in Japan and visit my friends that still live in Japan, or my friends that I've made over my time there. I want to finish one comic, whether short or long, but I want to finish one. I want to spend more time with my friends in general. I don't want to end my day waiting for someone that they want to get in the call. Like, I want to initiate more of that stuff. Take more control, reach out to friends, or like call my friends up and like, hey, let's go play some pickleball or something, or let's go grab a beer, or let's go to Taco Bell, eat something. Like, you know, do stuff like that. Just be more proactive. And like building my relationships is not waiting around as much. Have a better work-play balance. Like, I'm awful at this because I will have 5 days or like 2 weeks where I do nothing but work. And then I will have 2 other weeks where I'm just playing. So I need to find a balance, and like, I can't be all work, all play. I have to, you know, correctly measure, and that's where I'm hoping that the streaming comes in. I want to travel more, but that will come in with the conventions and stuff that I want to be doing. I want to pick up my Japanese studies again, read more manga, because I have a lot of manga that I just flipped through in a lot of art books that I bought in Japan that I could learn more from, but I am not properly activating my neurons. I need to do that again. I want to design a character for a gacha game, and I want to design a VTuber. Don't know how possible these twos are going to be, but those are like nice if I can get them. Because I don't know what company is hiring me specifically to get an art done for any gacha character, but hey, one can hope, right? And design a VTuber, I don't know who wants me to make one of their characters, but hey, that'd be fun. Even if I just get the design and not fully commit the whole thing, right? And here's another thing that I've noticed about myself, where I've been watching, reading, and learning too much about online drama that, to a certain extent, is completely fucking pointless. Because you'll read about someone that did something, and ultimately, in the long run, it was either like something stupid that doesn't really need that much attention, but then 20 fucking channels are gonna talk about it, and they're gonna get canceled, or they're just something, and then like ultimately it doesn't really become a point for this person to learn. It just becomes a point for people to milk the content out of it, and or in the end, it doesn't really change the panorama or anything. Like, you know, people talk shit about Logan Paul, but he's still there. So I want to make a point of finding less stuff about that and finding more music, listening to more music. Yeah, I'm an avid slop watcher, and you know, I need to watch less and listen to more music. There's a lot of music that I like. There's a lot of bands that I love that's put out music, and I've not heard a single album. Like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, I was listening to Tyler the Creator, listening to just like good rap, or I was listening to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard and like all like rock and stuff. And now I just put on like YouTube 24/7, and I'm like rewatching these old slop videos, or like feeding into the drama of like something stupid that someone did, or like something that is like of utter like it like no consequence to anyone's lives, and it's just like this person did a bad thing because they said this and they've apologized, but nobody's like fucking stop. Like, our lives are already sad. Why do I need to go online and then still be sad, right? I want to feed into more positive things, and I know that's kind of like a cringe thing to say, but I just want I just want to know about more positive things and find less things to be angry about, because at the end of the day, I should be able to turn off my computer and not let any of those things affect my life in any capacity. I should not turn off my computer and be mad. That's where I want this kind of stuff to stop. That is, no, I say that because a lot of people will like, bruh, cringe, you know, like positivity is cringe because, you know, everybody's trying to be like this fake. Like, I don't want to be fake. I just want to be like, have positive influences in my life, because I have my own personal things that I deal with that are whether negative or positive. I don't need to be negative or sad. Like, that's what Twitter is. It's just unadulterated anger directed at people and stuff. And I don't like I don't want to be a sad person like that. Right? Like Twitter, like the average Twitter user. I just want to be someone that I enjoy making my content. I have a good time. I make a living. I'm in my own space with my own people. I don't bother anybody. Nobody bothers me. When I turn off the computer, it doesn't really affect my life. That's where it needs to end, and that's where it needs to start and end. And I want to feed into more positivity in terms of like just finding things that are more fun to watch, or things that are not constant slop or people talking about stupid shit or like that kind of stuff. That is just my perspective. And I'll tell you that you know, living, I have lived a lot more drama than more people could care to think about. Not in the sense that I've lived a shitty life. It's just more that I've lived through a lot of family drama that I would quite rather not have been part of. But it's that, and I want to feed into more positive things that are a better use of my time and like feelings. That's just me though. But yeah, what am I looking forward to in 2024? Well, I'm moving to Tampa. So the apartment that I bought, well, no, I didn't buy an apartment. I saw, like, I'm renting is in Tampa, and it's a really nice area in Tampa. So I'm really excited. I know it's like a lot of people like, oh, Florida. I genuinely like Florida, specifically the Orlando, Tampa area, mid Florida. I like it a lot. It's still one of the best areas to live in. I'm excited. One of my best friends lives in Tampa, so I am happy for that. You know, I'm gonna be next to my best friend. I'm going to be close to family, close to my alma mater, near friends. So I think it's gonna be a positive change. It's gonna be a fucking difficult one because rent, it's not cheap, boys and girls. Rent ain't fucking cheap, but I'm willing to work my ass off for it. So I feel like I'm doing well enough to you know, pay a slightly higher rent and live comfortably and have like something that I should be having right now. You know, my own space. But yeah, that's I'm excited for it. It's gonna be in March. I'm flying out in February though because I have to do a lot of stuff. I'm a little apprehensive because I still have not gotten the lease, but I am still waiting for that. So once I get that, then it'll be like, okay, good. So I haven't packed anything yet because the thing is, moving from one country to another, it's an absolute chore and pain because I have to ship shit. It's not moving from Canada to the United States. I'm like, there's water to be crossed. So if I want to have my stuff there, I have to ship it a month in advance to someone in my family that lives over there. They receive it. And so by the time I get there, I just rent a truck and take all my shit to my apartment. That's how long this process is going to be. But I need to get that lease. Once I get the lease, then it's different. So. Yeah, no, that's why I got it. Because it was like, oh, this is just Florida. He kind of looks like Critical a little bit, which Critical lives in Tampa. Maybe if for one reason or another he's doing pickup basketball. If I, for whatever reason, find myself in the same place he goes to. Which I doubt. He doesn't live in like... I'm gonna be moving like in downtown Tampa, so I don't know that he's gonna be there. But hey, I live where a famous person lives, so that's fine. Or like in the same city where they live. 3 games that I'm looking forward to. Unicorn Overlord, the Princess Peach Showtime, and of course Uma Musume for the consoles and PC. These are the 3 games that I'm absolutely looking forward to, like exceptionally looking. Like I know the Princess Peach stuff, but she's one of my favorite Mario characters, so I'm really excited that she's getting another game finally. But yeah, Unicorn Overlord, Vanillaware, one of my favorite developers, and Uma Musume is because I like the IP. I play the gacha game every once in a while, but I don't play it as frequently because every PlayStation is like at least 2 hours because I get stuck with it because it's actually like a good game or like a fun one to play. But I digress. I'm excited for Unicorn Overlord. I'm not really going to be buying any games outside of these three for the foreseeable future. So, fun fact: I pre-ordered a mahjong of Uma Musume, which, good fucking luck, I'm not going to be able to play with anybody. I'm going to have to take that to conventions because I'm not going to be able to convince my friends to play with me. So, I want to go to conventions. I'm looking forward to them. I don't know which ones I'm going to yet, because again, I need to move first, or at least have the lease for my apartment. Because if I have the lease, then it's easier for me to say, well, I'll go to like a Tampa convention, go to MFF, and then maybe find a different one that I can go to. So I'm aiming for 3 conventions next year, tabling. But at the moment, I'm not sure which ones yet. Yeah, no, I want a table. I don't like, if I go to conventions, I don't want to attend. Normally, I want to table because I need to go there to make money and use that money to pay for like whatever hotel I'm going to be staying at. I don't want to just like dump money out. And then what's the last thing? Oh, and working on my games. That's another thing that I'm excited for. Like, stuff is lining up. I'm a little like nervous about it, but like, you know, I'm excited to just get to work and getting shit done. That's gonna be awesome. I'm trying to keep a positive mindset about it. It's gonna be rough work, but I want to work on it, and I think it's gonna be good. I am of the good mindset. So that's why you posted that in the meme channel. Yeah, exactly. Because I found it and I thought it was funny. So yeah, overall thoughts and hopes. Before I talk about this, right? What are things that you guys are looking forward to next year? I want to hear like what you guys like, your plans, what you guys are looking forward to, whether it's like a game or like something in specific. Yeah, it's never too late to get into game dev. Like, even if you do like a Hello World kind of game where it's only text, never too late. I think game, aside from the 3rd Sonic movie, oh, that's going out next year. Advertise your usage for something other than stream chat. Ooh, yeah. I'm hoping I can finally lose some weight, and I really want to go to a furry convention too. Good. We're on the same boat. I'm looking forward on having more time to draw and learning Blender. Absolutely good thing to look forward to. Always good to learn new things. Oh, there's a little bit of beer left. I am interested in learning Blender. I started learning it, but then I got lazy and I realized the amount of work that was piling up, and I was like, I can't do this. This is gonna have to wait. I'm looking forward to The Wolf Among Us too, but I'm just hoping. I want to get a Dragon Trophy in RuneScape Leagues, but I will be fine with Rune as well. After that, I went to stream Tebi. I played the demo and ooh, I heard of Tebi, yeah. I can't learn Unity, it's just a mess. Don't learn Unity, learn Godot. Everybody's moving to Godot or Unreal. Like, I have a tab stack of like Blender tutorials that I have just learning how to make anime on 3D. No, learn Blender, not Unity for modeling. Fuck Unity, all my homies hate Unity. Unity is no longer the modeling thing. Use Blender. Blender will do 3D better than Unity does. I also want to do more creative stuff, music, and maybe learning Blender, yeah. I did make some old game tutorials years ago, planning to try and make informational series covering firearms and how they're featured in games. That would be very interesting. I mean, Unity is a game engine. No, but like for modeling, Blender is good. It's much better. As a game engine, obviously Blender is not. Godot, well, not ideal at the moment for 3D. It's really good, and the advantage is that it's open source. The only thing that Unity has is that bigger companies are using it, but because of the Unity fiasco that happened a few months ago, people are like, hey, this Godot thing looks really nice. It's free, right? No royalties, right? And people are starting to switch over. No. I'm like, yeah, that is true. Godot 4 is like good. And just about everyone and their grandmother's going over to Godot. Yeah, and there's a lot of tutorials, and I'm still glad it's picking track because it's so easy to use. What happened with Unity? In the short term, they got greedy and started. They wanted to get So Genshin. Let me put you an example. Genshin Impact is free, right? It was made in Unity, but it's free, so they can't technically charge royalties on Genshin. So they try to change it. Okay, well, we're gonna start charging you based on the amount of downloads that you get or the amount of downloads that you have. They got greedy. That's what you need to understand. I want to commit things that I have on paper to a medium that people want to use. That's always been my mindset. Oh my god. Exactly what you expect when you consider a CEO came from EA. Something that I found out this year, which is gonna be one of the things that I want to start doing next year, in terms of stuff that I draw. So I blame Frisk for this, the little shit, but he got me into ladies that are not just tall, but gigantic. And I want to do more of that stuff. I'm a little mad because it's not his fault entirely. Because I was looking through my old comics. Why are my eyes bugging out? I was looking through my old comics, and I had a chapter where the hero had to. This is so fucking cringe. I made a chapter when I was a kid of a hero that went to his girlfriend's house, who had a mansion that she was so rich that they made the mansion for giants, and the only way that they could move around the house is so that she made herself giant, or her family was like using apparatus of some sort to make themselves giants. And for the hero, the machine didn't work. So there was a palpable size difference. So lo and behold, that memory came to my brain, and I just realized it wasn't him. I've just always had that. This is just my brain going off on a tangent. Don't worry about it. There's a drawing where, like, I remember this vividly, where I drew a page and my friends were reading the comic. They were really into it, and there's this image where, like, I drew a panel where, like, she's grabbing the guy, but, like, you know, pinching him through with, like, the index and the thumb, right? Like, to grab him. But being, like, a kid that doesn't know how to fucking draw, you only see the fingers coming down from the top frame, like the index and the thumb, and she's grabbing him, and then my friends are like, what the fuck is that? Is that a toilet? And I remember that, and I was talking to Frisk, and for whatever reason, that exact moment in my life came to my brain, and then I just texted him like, oh my god, I have always just been like this, or I've always liked this, or I was, for some reason, always into that, or like I had that in my brain. And he's like, what are you talking about? And then I explained it to him, and he's like, oh my god. It was like a hidden memory. I was like a sleeper agent that exact moment. It was just, I have to, hold on. Let me see if I stay right there. I'm gonna see if I find it. I have my webcam on, so I can actually show it. Oh god, I've always been a kinky bitch. Okay, let me see. Oh god, you guys are not gonna be able. Oh, what the fuck is this page? I keep in mind, this is, how old is this? This notebook is, I used to draw my things on notebooks. How fucking old is this? It's not even dated. I don't even want to, like, take the covers apart. They did. Bro, I'm pretty sure this notebook is about, it's more than 20 years old, I'm pretty sure. I think I might have been 11 years old when I made this. This has to be like 20. Oh man. Oh, the main character is called Slash. Oh, you poor guy. And it's only chapter 3. Oh, dude, no. I think I need to be mentally prepared. I need to be mentally prepared. I'm not gonna do it now because I've seen some stuff that I'm like, oof. Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. In terms of like just, if I show this, you guys are just never gonna see me the same way again because it's insanely cringe. It's very cringe. The closest I've ever to drawing a character of my own was the weird Nekomimi ripoff of Commander Keen. Dude, no, it's ooh. Why did I make this? Why? Because here's the thing, though. There's no. Hold on. There is no point to that scene. Other than he's having a dream sequence. Need to make. Hold on. That's okay. I don't even know if I have enough space. Hold on. I need to hold on. When did Kingdom Hearts come out? Pokemon else legit kills me. This is I don't think you guys understand. Let me see if I can get more light into the okay. Okay. This is the game capture. Hold on. I'm a little worried. It's so bad. It's not even. So here's the problem. When I was a kid, I would write the chapter like that, but I had no concept of how to like make a comic book. So instead of like actually framing a comic, it was just every page was a frame. Every fucking page was a frame. I was making a comic, but also in my mind I was animating it. It didn't make any sense. I was probably like 10 years old, 11 or 12. I don't remember how old I was. I think I just remembered that I had played like Kingdom Hearts recently or something. I don't remember. But okay, so I don't think you guys can read properly because this camera doesn't really focus that well. Yeah, okay. So basically, here, let me see if I can. I don't know if you guys can read well, but oh, here's another thing, right? Like here's the thing. I would only draw this page, but I wouldn't draw the page like after. So it's only like legitimately one page, like just one page a drawing. Because when I drew in other notebooks, I pressed really hard, and the like some of the drawing would seep, like the points would like I had like a really strong grip. So so yeah, no, this is how I make comics. I'm not going. Let's see. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. So okay, basically, the phone is ringing. I could not. Back when we had landlines, holy shit, we had landlines back then. I don't. Some of you might not know what a landline is, but yeah, when you called someone, it was at their house. No, I don't have the Mahjong set. It's coming out in March, I think. So I move. So yeah, no, we had a landline at my house, and it was like wireless, and like it was like a huge thing. But the fuck is a landline? It's a home phone. So when you call, there's a house phone. It's not your cell phone or like anything. It's just there's a phone in the house. So let's see. Oh my god. Okay, so I did not like. Okay, I could not also like framing. What is framing? So I had like the text was everywhere. So like, first of all, the main character is called Slash. I like, you know, I was a kid. I didn't know any better. Internet, new concept, right? So the character that's calling him is calling from this side, and so she's like, I don't even know if I was like reading it in Japanese or something. I don't understand what was going through my mind, but the text should be on this side because it's like left to right. But she's talking and like he's like, what? It's like people are like, whatever. She's like, hey, would you want to come over to my house for a sleepover? We had one that was rotary. I didn't have a rotary. That's way before my time. Okay. So the girlfriend asked, hey, do you want to come over to like my house or something? Like that's the crux of it. But again, the girlfriend is extremely rich. And so it's late at night. First of all, when you're an adult, you realize that, you know, this type of stuff, like, it only happens in movies, but as a kid, the idea that you were going to go to your girlfriend's house, like, as a kid, like, when you're 12, 13 years old, you're like, yeah, man, I'm gonna get a girlfriend, and I'm, like, gonna go to her house at night. But you're not, like, thinking you're not really thinking of, like, the committing of, like, the adult part. You're just thinking that you're just gonna hang out with them, because that's, like, your concept as a kid. But, yeah, no, like, the fucking limousine that I drew for for like the girlfriend is so rich. She had fucking satellite TV, and if you don't know satellite TV, boy, you come from a blessed century, because now you just have cable. But when I was growing up, you needed to get American content. You needed a satellite. You needed DirecTV, and boy, that shit sucked hard. But at the moment, only rich people had it because DirecTV was so fucking expensive. Nobody had it. So I was like, she's so rich. She has DirecTV on her fucking limousine. She has a jacuzzi on top of it, which very impractical. And then it's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. A car with 7 windows, and the door is just a Tetris piece. Again, I'm mainly joking because, of course, I did this when I was a kid. So, you know, I didn't have the bunny ears though. That's a fucking good thing. But yeah, regardless, like, yeah, this was my concept of like rich jacuzzi, satellite, and again, I'm just taking the piss here, but you know, it's really funny that like when you're an adult, you look back and you think of like, what did I think was cool as a kid, and like, you know, it's not Homer, it's a poorly drawn chauffeur. There's not even like, okay, I was good enough to like not even make the part where he's talking to the chauffeur. He just gets there. I just needed to make a point of like, there's no point, like him showing up was just like, I need to show how rich this lady is, that she sent the limousine to pick him up, and it has a fucking jacuzzi satellite TV. There's no point. It's not even like he writes in it or makes a comment about it. He just gets there. The next scene. It's just like, and like she's saying like, so this is the house, and the girl's like, and the chauffeur's like, no, this is only the entrance. And that's, and then he's just guiding, like he's so cool. The main character is so cool. He has a guitar. What? Again, I don't know what like. I was playing guitar at that time, so that made sense, and I thought that guitar was like the coolest instrument ever. In your defense, that shit was cool as fuck when you were like 12. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just like, again, I'm making fun of it because it's how I'm coping with the cringe. Just let me have it, because at this moment I'm looking through it and I don't think you understand how painful this is for me. Okay, like looking at my old stuff is very painful. Even though like it's like but again, like me reading through some of this stuff. Oh, okay, so he's like, oh, I'm a slash, like whatever. And then this is the door for the house. Like you can't tell because I didn't draw like handles or anything, but this is like the entrance to the house. And then this is the girlfriend. Kind of looks like Mark from Dexter's if he had long hair. Yeah, no, okay. What is it? What did you say? Oh, are you sure this is your bedroom? Oh, I'm sure it is. Just has a bunch of shit. Doesn't make any sense. She has a fucking ladder to like climb up to her bed. Like that's how fucking massive I did the house. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is the girlfriend. Bigger laser machine. I not only did I write something and I erased it, but I still misspelled bigger. Yet it's not even the proper context for it. It because it just implies that the laser is bigger. And it's not enlarging machine. It's just bigger. Again, I'm 12. I'm learning English. I need to give myself some slack, but it's just funny that I went out of my way to like correct it, but I still misspelled it. But yeah, this is the bigger laser machine, and this is like what's she saying? To be the perfect size for this room, you have to stand here. You mean I need to be a giant? And don't worry, I brought a sleeping bag. And then, oh, okay. So it's not that he transforms. He can't transform. He just says like, oh, I don't need to sleep on the bed or on a bed. I brought a sleeping bag. That's good enough for me. Which I think I've slept on a sleeping bag before. At that point, Spanish is my first language. But you like if someone invites you to their house, usually your first thought is like, I didn't own a sleeping bag, but I think the concept of owning a sleeping bag was cool. And I just thought it was funny that it's a throwaway line like, hey, I have a sleeping bag. I don't need to get big. That's fine. And she's like, all right, do it yourself. And then yeah, she grew large, and then he's like small. and she was stepping on him, which again was supposed to be a joke. And then this might be like this. Obviously, this looks like a turd, but it's actually him sleeping. But this might be the longest character I've ever drawn in my life because he's pretty long. Yeah, no. I'm gonna skip forward because this stuff is kind of a little bit cringe. There's a lot of Kingdom Hearts influence in this game. Okay, let's see. So he wakes up. See what's next. So his best friend calls him. Okay. This is so unorganized. So I had to number the text because in my brain I was just like, yeah, text goes over here. Obviously I didn't know that, but I had to like 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, no. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, and then 6. But he's just saying the name over and over. Like, yeah, he's just saying the name over and over. He doesn't really like. It's just funny. Okay, and then this is just like comedy where the sister is like mad at the friend. Oh, okay. My God, this is like a sleeper agent shit. Okay, so this is the point where like I was telling you about where like she's picking him up, and she like where my friend was like, is that a turd or like is that a toilet? Because it does look like a toilet. I agree, and that's where I added the next day, and then I had to like get more specific with the drawing. But yeah, this is what reminded me of like, no, you've always been this cringe, and that's what set me off, and I was just like, oh God, please say it ain't so, and this is here for all of you to witness. My greatest shame. Oh yeah, and then she holds him next and she's screaming to him. Which in reality, if someone like that large like yells at you, it'd probably kill you. Yeah, that's the end of. Whoa. That's the end of that specifically. Because there's several volumes. There's several volumes. It's just funny that some of the stuff that I always think like, no, I like, it's not like, it's not like, the thing is like, it's not like there was something that set me off on that path. I think it's a lot more innocent, right? I am. I think like it wasn't like, again, I'm a kid, so and I'm 12 and I'm innocent as they come. I don't think there was specifically anything in general that made me think this was sexier. Like, I don't think it was. I think it's just that I've seen things from shows or from games or whatever that I found particularly intriguing or curious as a concept. Mainly like maybe the Tom and Jerry episode where Jerry becomes a giant, or like there might have been Totally Spies or something like that. Don't remember, but I can't pinpoint to something in my early life where I'm like, I thought like That's it. It might have been Alice in Wonderland, to be quite honest. I don't know. I don't know how I was thinking 12, like, 20 plus years ago. I know the things that I liked back then that I still like, probably. I had a character that was based on Amita Maru from Shaman King. I had some characters based from just anime that I liked in general. I took some inspirations from Dragon Ball and Pokemon and stuff like that. So, I mean, there was some stuff that, just... That kind of stuff that... I think it was just fascination. It was nothing deeper than that. I 100% feel like that's the case. Because if it was turned into a fascination, I would have probably drawn it a lot more. I think for that specific thing in general, I think my mindset was that she's so rich, the house is so huge that they have to make themselves giant in order to like move around the house. That was my thought process, I believe. It wasn't anything more than that. But the fact that I had done that as a kid is just funny. Objectively funny. Talk for yourself. Totally Spies marked a generation. And the French are at it again because I think they're redoing more seasons. That kind of stuff is just... I just think it's objectively funny. Cringe, but funny. And yeah, I think maybe I should pay someone to redraw that limousine. We made the house so big that we have to make ourselves giants. Yes, I think that was my thought process. Because keep in mind, I think growing up, my concepts of like what rich people have and stuff, and I think for a lot of people, it's like that too, is that my family was always like, if you have a lot of money, you need to invest in a bigger house. And we had a family house in Florida, where the house was pretty. I don't want to say like a huge mansion, but compared to where my house, it was fucking tall. The ceiling was so tall. It was like the ceiling was like the two floors of the house that I live in at the moment. And so to me, that concept was like, oh, holy shit. Maybe, rich people just have houses that have really tall ceilings. What if this person is so rich that their house is so tall, so big? But again, I don't know anymore. Like, I don't have access to the internet. I don't know any better. And it's just like my concept, right? It's just silly things like that, right? Did you know that people has 3 floors? That was a big house for me when I was a kid. I was used to... No, we don't, like, again, my house has 2 floors, but I think from where I come from, it's like, we generally don't have houses that have that many high ceilings. At least it wasn't, like, really that, like, I wasn't used to it. I thought it's just rich people had. But again, always been an idiot, so what do I know? But yeah. Whew. That was a cringe moment. Start the year in cringe, end it in cringe. But anyway, what are my overall thoughts of this year and hopes? It was a year. I want to say it's a very good year for me personally. I think it was a very good year. There were some really, really, really rough spots for me this year. But it all managed to work out in the end. And I think, or no, I believe my hard work is starting to pay off. I've made connections that I am really happy about. Got closer to certain people, met people that I really appreciate and I am happy to have in my life. I'm just glad of the community that I've built, the people that, you know, I've got to hang out with, meet, work with. Just really glad that, you know, things have been working out so far. You know, for several years it's been difficult, but you know, it's not like I've had a difficult life. I think I've been more blessed and different than a lot of people have. But you know, I've stuck out this art thing or this creative thing for years, and really, you know, this year's showing like more things to work out and look up. It's just, but it's still like, you know, for many years, like just seeing your stuff, like your work pay off, like not because like someone gave you a hand, but you made it, you made things happen. It's very different. And that's one of the things that for me has been like one of the best things this year, where like my work is paying off. Like financially, I'm able to sustain myself. I've been able to help my family. Yeah, I think it's just been like a good year, even if like for 50% of it, it was really difficult. But you know, I've had to like close some projects, close some doors, made some challenging decisions, and learned some difficult lessons and do certain things. You know, regardless of whatever, I think 2023 is like one of my favorite years, more because it's been a moment of both being difficult but also being one of my good years. And it's one of those things, one of the years where I've had my aha moment, where I need to work hard and push hard and make the decisions that I need to make, and not be afraid to do things and seize opportunities, even if they don't show for me. If they don't show up, then I just make them. Yeah, I think this year has been great. And my hopes for 2024 is that, you know, I don't let up, and that, you know, this apartment thing works out, and like, you know, I'm not having like, I can make this work because I really want to. And I think I'm now in the position to just have it work and not be dependent on anybody else. And you know, I'm just hopeful that I get to continue to like grow my friendships and you know, get my projects going, and like make myself happy with my works, and like inspire other people to create stuff the same way, like, you know, all those people that I look up to have inspired me, and you know, just continue the trend and just be optimistically cautious about things, and not you know, not be smart about the things that I'm doing, even if like, you know, I'm going with my heart. Would I be wanting to move somewhere else other than Tampa? Maybe not. Maybe yes, maybe no. I'm taking this leap because I need to do it. In my mind, I don't really need to justify wanting to like take the leap forward and work for something that's wholly mine, where I'm putting my own roof on it. And yeah, I maybe I thought about France, but then France was a nightmare with the visa, and I'm kind of tired of that kind of stuff. And that's also why I decided that I just am not going to work as hard to go to Japan, because in the long term, I want to have a family or like be with someone and stuff. And I kind of want to be in a culture that's kind of similar to mine. I don't really want to put kids through Japanese culture. That's not, I don't really feel like that's, I don't want to put them through like hard school years and stuff like that. I want them to have like life and grow up like, you know, you know, my family and stuff. But that's just me. Yeah, I mean that's kind of overall, like, I have a lot of like the expectations and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about, like, you know, your future hopes and stuff, but I hope I get to, you know, be maybe a positive influence, or just someone whose content you look forward to and you're always excited. Or in some way or another, I offer some sort of value for you that's, you know, important, or I don't know if anyone has anything to say in that regard, but yeah, that's my TED talk. It took us 3.5 hours, but we're, you know, it's the end of the slideshow. All right, boys, bully him. TEDx is not really it's like it's not really officially bully horse. Yeah, another thing that I want to keep doing is every month take 1 or 2 commissions. Because my rent is not going to be cheap, so I need to make sure that I meet a certain threshold. So, you know, between managing all, like, you know, my revenue streams and stuff, like, I need to make sure that I'm feeding myself. We'll see. I mean, I'm going to be feeding myself off ramen and a lot of rice next year, so. Being a positive influence is pretty. Hold on. I'm grateful for your content. You're the reason why I haven't given up. I'm happy to hear that. All I want is for things to straighten out in my life, and I can feel secure and do more of the things that I want to. I hope you're able to do that this year. Now that being said, I'm ready to bully Pony. I'm a horse, not a pony. I want to drop, but I can't at all. I mean, you could just doodle. I wouldn't. I think art doesn't have to be something you're constantly thinking over, like where I can draw or I can't draw or I can't do this. I think it should just be a thing that you just do. Like it's supposed to be fun. I think at the end of the day, it's just supposed to be something where you have a creative outlet. But that's what I think. Hey Ross, got back from cleaning up after a big family gathering. Tapped through the stream, looking good. I hopefully plan on sometime next year commissioning you. My idea is that I'm going to open commissions February so that I can start in March. I'm gonna be doing that, or depending on how I finish the commissions that I have left. But I think that I'm gonna start opening commissions for the upcoming month so that I know what my workload looks like for the month, and I'm gonna see how that works out. I know Booster Pang does it that way, and it works out really, really well for him. So I'm gonna see how that works out for me. because I need to start taking. I'm gonna have to actually take a few commissions every month or every so often, depending on how my projects work out or like how my day job does. But I do want to obtain more commissions, and I do want to do more stuff in general. Yeah. I love his work. He is so good. Like even if I'm not into the stuff that he might be drawing at the moment, I still like it's still so good to me. Like I will stare at it for a few minutes and I'm just like, he is like someone I want to be as good as. Like there's a lot of stuff that I just look at it, and I've seen him work from scratch and stuff, and it's just like crazy. So he's like an inspiration, yeah. I've let him know that. I don't know how like serious he takes it, but yeah, really appreciate him. We've talked a few times. He's such a nice dude, and like I've made a few emojis for his server, and it's a lot of his server is fun, and the emojis get used a lot, so I'm really happy. I've always wanted to get something from him, but yeah, I don't really have the money at the moment to get something. Maybe I don't know, maybe for Christmas, next year I will like gift myself that. Yeah, there's other people that I'm contemporaries with that I also want to let them know how much I appreciate them and how much I'm proud of them. But I feel like I don't know. I feel like sometimes it might not be appropriate. I don't know. I think Titty Boy is just like an identity thing at the end of the day. But honestly, I've always been the kind of person that just like art, like a nice art is nice art, and some things I just like looking at, and some things I don't really argue with the science of it. It doesn't really bother me that much or that kind of stuff. I like Titty Boys, it's fine. Like I think that's more like I've seen a lot of like really cool characters and stuff, and I think it's just that their identity is like he, him. But I think like yeah, it's I think in the long run it's fine. If it looks nice, I think I'm good. That's why like I have a lot of characters that I just really like, despite me sometimes not being into some of the stuff that the characters get drawn in. Like I just like some characters. I have a folder of just characters that I like, but like OCs and stuff. But yeah, I want to do stuff for Seal. Seal, I have plans for him. I think the issue is that I need to find some. He for sure. I will say this with 100% guarantee. We'll have merch this year. I am planning to go to MFF, which is a furry convention, obviously, and I do want to have some furry merch available of Seal, and then maybe other more conventional characters offered, like Ra or something like some older characters. That much I can guarantee you that's gonna happen, because I don't want to show up to for a convention and not have something that's. But obviously, like I want to do more CO content. It's just not as easy because again, I'm trying to not like I Seo I love as much as my top characters, but I want to do a body pillow. I want to do like a standee, and I want to do some stickers and stuff. I want to give him the like do cool stuff with it, and I want to do stuff that people will want to own despite not knowing the character. That is my approach with it. And yeah, well, now that we're talking a little bit, let me see. I am gonna rip this off. Alright, so now we can talk a little bit. And because I think we're done with the part. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I still can't figure out where the stinger comes from. That's it. Furry, titty boy, yeah. Ra is my other furry character, who is a lady with humanga booba and has an Egyptian aesthetic to her. There is her sister. I have a few. I have a few character. What is wrong with me? You get like a lot of characters that are just sitting there. Like I have like a ton of characters that I'm just not using. Now you mentioned, I believe I saw that design floating up. Let me see. I think I might have her around these. Raw. Alright, let's see what I can pull up here. That's not gonna get me in trouble. Oh, this one. I think this one's fine. Let me see. What is this? Browse. Keep in mind, a lot of my files are. Okay. It's a huge image. This is a really old drawing. I think this was just like 6 years ago, maybe. Yeah, no, I remember I censored, so yeah, that's good. No, I'm not stupid. I made sure to. Again, I will I will go as far as like to what Azur Lane or Nike and stuff like that make, so and put on here. And if I have to like go in like the YouTube editor content stuff and take it out. But this channel's not like monetized at the moment, so like it doesn't like I'm not I'm fucking concerned at the moment. I think moving forward, I'm probably just gonna stream here. Because I've been trying Twitch and like, yeah, I'm monetized on Twitch, but I think like I have a bigger audience and I'm just more comfortable on YouTube. And for me, it's not. I just don't. I think I'm just like, I know I can stream at 2 more places than one, but I don't feel like paying attention to 2 chats at once. I'm already trying to manage YouTube and Discord at the same time. I think I'm just gonna stick to where I'm comfortable. This has to be as stress-free as possible. Because I'm not doing this to make a career out of it. I'm just doing it to hang out. Oh, the background. Wait, oh. Yeah. Holy shit. We've been going on for almost 4 hours. Heck. Quite honestly, I thought I was not gonna get hungry, but I am a little hungry. I had like, oh, I ate a late lunch and I also had like a big lunch. Because my breakfast was like 2 protein pancakes and they were very thin. Stream Dragon's Crown or something. Yeah, no, right now I'm not. I think maybe tomorrow, if I'm not doing anything for New Year's, well, I'm gonna hang out with family. I'm gonna hang out with family tomorrow, but obviously, like, once midnight hit, we're just gonna come back. So I might stream after that, and maybe stream, like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, at the moment, I don't really have any plans. I think Freya might be streaming tomorrow, so I might just hang out on her stream. But definitely, like, I will say that in regards to streaming, for the first 2 months, so between January and February, I'm not gonna stream as much because I'm gonna be, 1, moving, 2, I'm still not in a position to stream as often. But once I move and I'm like managing my own schedule fully and I'm living by myself, then it's gonna be easier for me to stream. But right now, me streaming is a little harder because I'm like living with other people and like I have to manage different things. I have to. It's not for a lack of like not wanting to stream. It's just that sometimes at the end of the day, by the time I'm done with things, it's like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. and then I'm like tired, like, or I just want to go back to work or something like that. So I think that's what's happened. And like, I don't want to force myself to stream because I don't want to kill the joy of it. But now that I'm probably just going to be in my own bubble, I will probably have more time to stream. Potentially, so I don't drive myself crazy being by myself all the time. So that's the only thing I'm a little scared of. I've, for a good part of 5 years, I've not lived by myself. When I lived in France, obviously I had my own apartment, but my brother lived a few blocks away. So I was always like walking over to his house or like hanging out with him. Yeah, in Japan, I was living in a share house and I had daily interactions with people because we shared the same floor. But now truly, I will have like my own apartment. Like, just like obviously I'm not going to be truly alone, but you know, because I'm obviously going to go out, use the gym and stuff. But the US is a lot harder to like meet new people because people are kind of minding their own business usually. But we'll see. Like, I'll try to be more open and more positive, and yeah, I think I'll be able to stream more. So let's see. I hope I do. I really want to. I want to do fun stuff. I want to do like cooking streams, jigsaw puzzles. Like I want to do like stuff that's not maybe like a book club or whatever. It's not that hard to meet new people. That is true. I can just strike up a conversation, but I'm a little shy. So like me going up to like someone that's minding their own business is not usually like something I'm quite confident doing. So that's something that I might have to work on. You no longer have to worry about spicy layers. That is true. But I think even when I was, I will say that even when I was living by myself, either in Japan or in France, I still had the habit of hiding my layers when I stood up from my chair. And it's not a habit I want to stop doing because if I stop like if I move in with someone or I start like say like I have a kid, right? And I've lost that habit of hiding my my layers. I don't want my kid to like walk in and see like, oh my god, like, you know, I want to keep that habit. I don't think it's a bad habit. It's just that I can be more comfortable when I'm drawing of not having to hide it. But if I am standing up from my chair or doing something like that, then I can get up and move around and stuff and just. But yeah, old habits die hard, and like I almost got caught this year. I was drawing sketching a commission that I'm going to be working on very soon, and it's a furry one. But I had like it was like a massive like dog like on screen, and I was so laser focused. And I keep the door to my room open all day. I only close it when I stream or I have a call or a meeting. And I did not hear a relative come in. And they were like, they always want to come around my fucking desk when I clearly put it in a position where I don't want them to come around. But they always do it because they just want it. I don't know what, I don't know what the thing is. But they came over and they wanted to show me something that wasn't even funny, but they just wanted to show me or ask me a question. And I was so distracted, but the moment that they were like on my side view, I closed all my layers. Like I was fast enough that like, but it was like a microsecond, like legitimately a microsecond where I would have had to close the window to hide whatever I was doing. And even then, it wouldn't have been fast enough because I guarantee you a fucking "would you like to save your work" pop-up would have come up and fucked the whole thing up. I would have probably had to like alt delete shit. Like it would have been much easier to alt delete, restart my computer. But it trust me, very, very close. Like it yeah. I'm being more careful now, where I'm trying to keep an eye out, or like if there's any sudden movements. I'm not using my headphones as often and like stuff like that. Like I can, you know, when people were saying like I was shaking, that shook me or whatever. Legitimately, I don't think you guys understand how bad it would have been. Like it would have been very bad. I'm just glad I'm moving because I don't have this intrusion all the time. That's kind of like my deal. I don't have to worry about stuff, and I don't want to close my doors either. I don't want to have that habit. I hate closing my doors. I don't like being enclosed. I like having my doors open. One, Potato likes coming in and out of my room often. Like she likes just having the door visually open because that's how she grew up. But yeah, I always keep my door open. So, and it's again not a habit I want to change. I always want to keep it. I always want to keep it open. I'm the opposite. I try to dog. Throw my nose. He sent it. Depressing. Well, at the very least, that didn't happen. But no. I'm telling you, I didn't sleep that night almost because I was just like thinking about it. No, I can't because the thing is, my mom and I are really good with dogs. My dad isn't. He's not very good with dogs, so they always come to my room, and they always want to hang out, be in my room, and like whenever my mom's not around, or they're doing something, and they just come up to my room. And Potato just wants to have me in eyes, like within an eye shot or like ear shot or whatever. And she's gonna come in, and if she doesn't like seeing the door closed, she sometimes comes upstairs to make sure that I am where I'm supposed to be and that my door is open. If she sees my door is closed, she gets pissed off. And for me, that's not a problem. Again, I don't mind having my door open. I just need to, like, the thing is, in my current setup, I don't have a clear shot to the door, even though, like, I can see it open. I have to lift my body up so I can see it, because my monitor that I have on the right side blocks my view. And when I'm, like, leaning over drawing, I can't see clearly. So it's harder for me to, like, know who's coming in and out. Because people here don't make a sound, or they don't knock. There's no one knocks like when they come into my room just to see what I'm doing, just to like let me know that they're coming in. Like that's a habit that we don't. They just come in. I never thought it was a problem, but now clearly it kind of is. Oh shit. Okay. I used to trust my dog alone in my room till I went home to find my phone shoot up. Oh shit. Yeah, no, Potato's well behaved. Potato is just, she's a very demanding girl. And sadly, she has to stay behind. Which, when I moved, because we started crunching the numbers, and nowadays, you can't just bring a dog to the United States. When we started talking with the vet, he's like, no, you have to put a chip in her. You have to give her all these vaccines. And I was like, I'm not gonna vaccinate my dog. Like, no, she's vaccinated, but we're not gonna put like 20 vaccines in her in like a span of like 2 months, and then put a microchip on her. Like, fuck that. Like, no, like I'm not gonna do that. I'll just like, and also like it's not fair for her because she's used to being around other dogs. Because we have 4 dogs in the house, and it's not fair to her to just like come with me and then she's just like all alone. And by the like, if I have to go to conventions and stuff, who am I gonna leave my dog with? Or like, is she gonna be by herself? Do I have to get a babysitter to come over and like feed them every once in a while? Like, I'm not in the position for doing that. It's not fair to her, it's not fair to me. It's just a sad reality, and like, I'm a little sad that Potato has to stay behind, but I've made peace with it. I'm probably gonna FaceTime with her for sure, very often. I talk with my parents, like when I lived away, I talk with my parents regularly. So I'm for sure gonna have FaceTime with her, and they send me pictures all the time. Even living here, they send me pictures of her. So. I'm really gonna miss her, but it's just part of growing up, really. Like, it sucks that now it's such a they give you such a hassle to travel with dogs. And the microchip is so that like the government keeps track of her, and I'm like, it's like, it's not a human being. Like, it's a dog. Like, relax. I don't understand. But whatever. And even then, like, say we decided to do all of that, the cost of bringing her over would have been like more than $600, and it's like, nah, man, nah. I can't afford that. It's too much. And because we also wanted, like, even if she wasn't gonna stay with me, we want her to like come over, help me move. Well, obviously she's not gonna help, but just to be around and stuff while I'm moving. But then it would, like, that wouldn't have been worth it. So yeah, no, not good. Yeah. Anyways, it's midnight. I can't say it's been a long day because it's been a chill Saturday, but I've been working on the PowerPoint the whole day. But I just want to say thank you for this year, guys. I hope you guys look forward to the next one. At least from what regards to my content and my stuff. I appreciate you guys sticking out with me and everything. So yeah, I just thank you guys for sticking it out, for enjoying my content and just being you. So I will walk you guys out and wish you all a good night. Bye bye.